everybody, welcome in. Thank you for joining. We're just getting started here with our severe weather coverage. There's a lot going on, so let's start getting into what's going on with our severe weather today. Good to see everybody. Just got off of work, so thought I'd join up here and do some forecasting here. Take a look at all of our severe weather going on at the moment. A lot of it right now is going to be Colorado, Wyoming, Nebraska. There's still some severe weather in and around South Dakota as well. Let's kind of start dissecting some of these storms and kind of start putting in the path what's going to happen. Let's go with the more severe storms right now. This one's dropping some pretty monster hail. So this one is going to be to the east of Colorado Springs. And this thing is a pretty prolific hail producer. Signatures on the Nexterd are showing 4-inch diameter size hail. Pretty serious storm. Large supercell thunderstorm, maybe some isolated 4.5, 5-inch. 4 inches, plenty enough. The storm's huge. So this is going to be moving to the south of Carval, Colorado here, sometime around in the next 30 minutes. So let's take a look here, see which areas and if there's a population. This thing is going to be moving right over I-71 in Colorado with some very damaging hail potential. That hail core now getting much, much larger. Getting some of those really high dBz values, decibel values. Let's take a look at our velocity and see what's going on internally in the storm. And right now I'm not seeing anything that grabs me as far as rotation. Definitely has some very powerful hail and damaging wind. Good Lord. This thing is quite the prolific hail producer. 3.7-inch hail, 4-inch hail. Just some monster hail going on right now in Colorado. And let me take a look at some of these values here. We'll side by side this with our velocity as well. Take a multi-look here. Inside this hail core, we're getting some of these 75 dBz values. This is going to be large, intense, damaging hail. This hail would probably be on the order of probably an encroaching softball size hail. Some definitely can crash through windshields, creating pretty bad time. So I'm still getting this stream out to those who need to watch this. Let's take a look. It's very large damaging hail right now, guys. Thank you guys for tuning in. We have one person currently watching. I do appreciate it, guys. This channel is relatively new, so if you guys would like to help share this stream out, it helps get it out to a bigger crowd of people. So. Okay, so I shared it out to Twitter and on Facebook. Let's take a look here, guys. So we have this monster hailer right now. This is going to be uh, coming towards Haskell, and this is in, I believe this is going to be in Nebraska. So it's going to be moving in that general direction. Okay, so Haskell is actually in Colorado. So it's going to be pushing that way. Let's take a look here at what is going on with these storms. So this one's moving in a different direction. This one's more pushing east, which means that this could be eventually developing into a line. Also, starting to get a pretty sizable hail core, showing some of these larger areas of maybe up to golf ball size hail. Otherwise, it's going to be ping pong ball and larger size hail. Or ping pong and smaller size hail, quarter to $half to ping pong. Some isolated areas starting to get more prominent in that storm. Nice supercell structure going on, developing storm. Ping pong ball size hail is forming right now, is what they're calling it for. So, definitely can do damage to your vehicle, and yeah, so be careful with that one. This one, same deal. We have 2.5 inch, so that's encroaching on baseball size hail. So that one's gonna be in between Stem Beach and Colorado City, and this storm here is going to be tennis ball size hail. Definitely can do some major damage. This was 16 miles east of Junkins Burn Scar, and this is moving it east at 15 miles per hour. This is for west central Pueblo County in Colorado. Definitely some large damaging hail there. Thank you guys for tuning in and joining up here. We're going to go over today's severe weather threat that's currently ongoing. My name is John. I'm the storm chasing guy here on YouTube and on TikTok, as well as on Facebook, if you guys have Facebook. Let's see. So we're going to continue to go over these storms here. Some very large storms firing off. We have this one down here near the Kiowa National Grassland, and this is going to be in New Mexico. So severe thunderstorm warning for New Mexico. This is a severe thunderstorm that remains in effect until 3:45 p.m. The severe thunderstorm is located 11 miles away from Mills, New Mexico, 16 miles southeast of Springer, moving east at 15 miles per hour, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and quarter-sized hail. Definitely can cause some minor damage. Sorry, definitely could cause some minor issues. This storm right here is still forming. They're putting a advisory. This one is severe thunderstorm warned. very large storms. This one's still producing some absolute monster size hail, being indicated 3.2-inch hail. That's right at about softball size. 3.5 is softball, so just a kind of indication of what these storms are doing right now is we're getting some of that softball size hail forming, and that's going to be going right onto I-71. Let's take a look at, and this is actually pretty close to this radar station. So this is looking at about maybe 2,000 feet or less, and that's where these indications are showing. So very, very dangerous hailstorm and severe winds. Probably 60 to 80. I want to say it's probably six. They're saying 60. I want to say that this thing could have the potential to do 70 plus mile per hour gusts. I would not be surprised. It's very powerful, powerful hailstorm. Um, Still, it's going to persist all the way towards Haswell. So let's take a look here at. Okay, there we go. Let's take a look at our projection of where this might end up with this hail. First of all, I need to find out how fast this storm is moving. It's moving east at 25 miles per hour. So let's take a south. It's more moving southeast, I want to say. Almost east-southeast. So let's take a look. Let's grab that hail core. And we're going to put 25 mile per hour as its current forward speed. Founder in about 10 minutes if you're in Founder, Colorado, and Haskell in about 89 minutes or less. Founder, if you haven't gotten your preparations done to shield your car for damage, I would highly consider doing so. You might have some pretty bad hail damage here in less than about 10 minutes. Haskell, you have a little bit to get ready for this. It is going to make its way towards you. So, and you can actually see this bowing gust front that's right here that's showing up on radar. And that's pushing southwards. So there's going to be some strong winds leading this. And don't be surprised if a couple storms pop up right in front of this gust front that just haven't dropped precipitation yet. Could be coming here soon. So it seems like these storms are pretty much outflow dominant. Let's take a look at this storm right here. Another strong looking severe thunderstorm. This is also starting to become supercellular in nature, some larger hail. Let's take a look at our velocities here. Once again, nothing that screams I'm rotating and about to drop a tornado, but definitely some ping pong ball and $50 size hail could be possible in this area here. So definitely something to watch out for. If you're new to my channel, please consider subscribing. Make sure to give me a follow, and I'm more than happy to give local weather conditions of some of these areas today that are under the severe weather threat. This storm is just continuously dropping large hail and probably will for another couple hours. These supercells will continuously pull heat into their updrafts and tap into more of that unstable air And let's find out where the most unstable air is right now. We'll take a look here. Take a look at the correlation coefficient. And it is showing some of these higher DBZ values could indicate some very large damaging hail. Let's take a look. We can take a look at how much rain has already fallen, and let's take a look here. Some of these rainfall rates right now these are very new rainfall rates, and this is just in the last hour. The storm is sitting right there, so it's probably dropping 2 to 3 inches of rain per hour. A very, very serious storm. I've been in these supercells multiple times and know what they can do. Um, Taking on kind of a little bit of a notch here. There's some inflow notches that are definitely forming along this supercell. Be interesting to watch this one, and yeah, you can actually see that clear inflow just riding straight into the storm um, inflow channel here. And these winds are wrapping around like this. So eventually we could possibly get some weak mid to low level rotation if that continues. So we'll definitely take a look here. It's kind of interesting right here. It's showing a little bit of a couplet. I don't know why that. It's probably an anomaly. It probably isn't anything to do with the storm in relation. So we're gonna keep looking here. Still producing some very large hail. We'll take a look at a couple other warnings going on right now. We got a ton of them to go over. So let's start here. This is going to be in Cherry, Nebraska. Another large storm. This one coming into Mullen right now. And this is kind of the same areas that I was covering last night, which is pretty interesting. So let's take a look here. Let's go into our velocity. Maybe some minor mid-level 1,500 to 2,000 feet. A little bit of a couplet on the west side of Mullen right now. We'll definitely have to watch that. Okay, so that's pretty much gone now. Um, Definitely some strong winds going on in this storm. Kind of showing a couplet here. Kind of like to just coincide because I see a couplet here and a couplet there of possible rotation, but you can kind of verify those. Yeah, I would not take that even seriously. Could be a developing base coming up here in the future, but like I said, I wouldn't take that. I wouldn't take that seriously. But yeah, so this potentially could possibly get some spin here in the very near future. But right now, this looks like a very damaging wind and hail. Um, get these uh, inflow wrapping into these storms, creating these sharp areas. You got inflow coming in here. You got outflow going on here. Sometimes you can develop some rotation in and around these areas. Something definitely to keep watch on as this keeps going. But right now, I'm not seeing anything that really screams at me. Let's go back up our list here. We're gonna go over to Box Butte. which is this storm here. Very high DBZ values here, even higher, right around Hemingford. Probably getting some quarter to $half size hail, and they're saying that it's around quarter size, 1 inch diameter. So let's keep looking here. Thank you guys for joining on, and thanks for. Hopefully everybody's having a great day so far. If you have any weather questions, please feel free to ask. Real quick, guys. Sorry, guys. Let me see here. So people are lining up on this storm right now. Kind of a couple of strong to severe storms. This definitely having a very nice supercell look to it. Let's take a look. Tons of storm chasers in this area right now, from Oshkosh towards Sydney, where they've been. That was an area to really take a look at today. Might be some rotation occurring right here, so something definitely to take a look at. In fact, I can actually, I think Vince is actually watching this storm right now. So this is Vince W. He's one of the live stream storm chasers for Radar Omega. And that's their current weather conditions right there. Continue to take a look here as these storms go east of Denver. They're popping off pretty darn strong. So let's take a good look. More supercells forming as they leave the Denver metro area. Nothing that screams at me as far as rotation. But we're still taking a look here. So this is going to be for central Washington County in Colorado. So if you're in central Washington County, just try to be safe. Some relatively large hail. Ah, shoot. I think I canceled that on my radar. There we go. So these storms are going to be Last Chance, Colorado, Linden, Colorado, upwards towards south of Fort Morgan. And these are going to be moving their way towards Otis, Yuma, Colorado. And as they come closer to Kansas along I-70 and I-34. So definitely something to watch as it gets closer uh, to the corners of Nebraska and Colorado. There was a lot of uh, rotating air up here earlier. Um, so it'll be interesting to see when this gets up here into Nebraska what happens with these storms. Alrighty, so let's keep taking a look here. We are going to now see Colorado just has a ton. El Paso County, Pablo County, Lincoln County, Pablo and Lincoln County. You have some monster hail falling. Um, let's go take a look at this one again. Some just really large isolated hail near Carval, and does look like the hail core is expanding as well. I mean, it's just a very nasty hail core right here, and another one starting to form on this like classic batwing uh, supercell. It's really nasty looking supercell. We'll take a deeper look here. Some of these bigger warned storms. You're gonna have Pablo, of course. Pablo's probably the nastiest of these supercells. Let's take a real look at the dynamics of the Pablo severe thunderstorm. This is going to be located near St. Charles and Cedarwood in Colorado. And these storm heights are over 50,000 feet. So we'll take a 3D look at some of these storms here just to get you kind of an idea of what this probably would look like from the ground. As you're seeing this giant towering cumulonimbus cloud here in Colorado. You probably have a strong inflow jet here, and we'll see if we can verify that. Um, come on. The space reflectivity. This storm's starting to fire off right here now. We're kind of focused on this storm because it has the largest of the damaging winds and hail. This has these 74, 75 dBz values, 3 to 4 inch hail going on in some of these areas, especially coming towards Cedarwood, right in between here. Let's take a look at what areas could be affected by this storm here. And first, we got to find its forward moving speed, which this is moving at 20 miles an hour to the east. As they go further east, they're going to get a lot faster in their forward speed. Sometimes that forward speed increasing can lead to rotation. So something to definitely watch out for. Now they're issuing a new severe thunderstorm warning. So let's see if the okay. So they did increase the forward moving speed to 30 miles per hour. So very interesting to see that correlate here. So and this includes Fowler. This includes that hail core just keeps on. Okay, so I kind of saw it took a little bit of a north turn. Once again, nothing that really screams at me as far as rotation goes. Maybe actually, there might be a little bit of a couplet starting to form right there, actually. Um, okay. So the storm's kind of diverting its path right now. I'd say it's probably going to take this kind of a direction here at 30 miles per hour. Just to give you guys an idea of where this could head. Um, they said it's going to head more of a directly east. I think it's going to take more of a northeast turn. This is going to be moving towards Nebraska in the next 57 minutes, Hemlet in the next 61 minutes, Pulteney in the next 66, Flower, yeah, Fowler, sorry, 67 minutes if you're in Fowler, Colorado, Elder, Colorado. Um, this is gonna just continue for these. Pull up the times here for you. Let me take a closer look. So Napasa, Hemlet, Pulteney, Fowler, Elder, Oni Springs, King Center, Menezola, Crowley, and Froman. If you're in any of these cities, you could be in the target of this storm. That looks like it's taking that direction. And we're seeing, in fact, what's called a hail spike. That means this hail core is just continuing to expand and expand. Very dangerous storm. Probably some very large damaging wind. In fact, they're calling for 60 right now, but I see that thing in isolated areas on the ground, probably producing a little bit more than that. Thank you so much for the 3 people watching. Feel free to guys to please join in the chat. Say hi. Let me know that you're there. Get some engagement going. And the more people that help comment, share, and like the stream, I can get this out to more people and hopefully hit some of these areas to get people warnings. So we're continuing to take a look here. Just some big supercells. This is probably going to be the second nastiest storm so far right now. Severe storm was near central Lincoln County. I believe this is still in Colorado, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, so this is in Colorado, just east of Colorado Springs, and it's kind of in between Colorado Springs and the Kansas-Colorado border. Coming towards EDS, EA, I guess that's EADS or ADS, in Sharon Lake. Let's take a look at the trajectory for these storms. We're going to take a look here. Colorado is having a lot of severe weather right now. Voidman, what is up? Sending out prayers. I love these storms so much, but not when they take lives in people's homes. I totally agree, Voidman. Totally agree. Hey, thank you so much for chiming in, Voidman. And that's why I'm trying to keep people alerted. A lot of these storms right now will pop up the. Do we have a chat box? I'm gonna pull up a chat box here. It should be working. So Thank you guys for tuning in. We got 4 people in the house. I do appreciate you guys joining up here. We got 4 people watching. So if you guys are in Colorado, Kansas, Oklahoma today, Nebraska, or any of these states right now, you're under that threat. So just please be safe out there, guys. These storms are very dangerous. It doesn't have to be tornado warned in order to cause some very bad damage or potentially kill you. Um, Lightning is probably one of the number one killers in these storms. So right now, none of these storms are tornado warned. There was one tornado warning earlier, but it looks like today is going to be an extremely bad, damaging wind and hail threat. So we're going to continue to look at these storms firing off. We still have this one down here in Pablo County. Still got these ones coming off of Colorado Springs that are rather strong. We're going to continue to monitor these. And this is probably the second biggest storm, producing some areas of baseball to softball size hail. Um, very dangerous situation. Hey, Chris the Ghost Hunter, thank you so much for sharing out. Hey, thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. I do appreciate it, guys. 5 people in the house. Dude, seriously, guys, I appreciate the subscription. Big shout out to Fallen Angel. I came over from her Twitter, dropping his. Oh, Void Man, thank you so much, man. I do appreciate. Yeah, so you guys know who I am, John the Paranormal Guy. But I also just finally started my own weather channel to keep my content different and not keep mixing my other stuff with the weather. Today is just a thing to try to help save lives, keep people alerted, so on and so forth. Thank you guys for typing in the chat and engaging with me here on social media. Always seriously appreciate it, guys. Trying to think here. So they're continuing to add more and more areas to this severe thunderstorm warning. Like I said, particularly dangerous situation unfolding here, and we're continuing to take a look. So, very large damaging hail in these areas. We're getting some more severe thunderstorm warnings. Almost all of the severe thunderstorm warnings right now, except for a couple of isolated areas, are going to be in Colorado at the moment. So we got this monster hailstorm here in Pablo. This is in Colorado, producing again right here, right here. Okay, so they moved that core. These are large supercell thunderstorms. They can tend to rotate. Right now, I'm not seeing rotation on these storms. Also, some severe thunderstorms here. Take a look at these. Also, not really rotation as of yet. These storms are developing. They're not even in their mature phase yet. This one's starting to get more into that mature phase. So it's definitely a storm to keep my eye on here in the future. This storm, very mature supercell, very strong. Um, Not seeing as much as the form of rotation, but something definitely to keep my eye on here as this persists. Got that uh, got that little inflow notch going on right here. It's a nice little horseshoe, and sometimes you can get a developing mesocyclone right here. So it'd be definitely something to pay attention to. Sometimes you can get that even here on this end of the storm if it produces more of a defined hook echo. Hey, John. Hey, what's up, boy, man? I have a really small screen on my phone. Didn't even make the connection, my friend. But really glad you started this up here on here. Yeah, no, for sure, man. Hey, I'm glad that I could help be of assistance. So, if you guys didn't know, Chris and Boydman, I am a storm spotter with the National Weather Service. I actually have multiple certificates for radar and also for discerning satellite imagery. I also have my Skywarned and Advanced Skywarned certificates to be able to uh, help better warn people of severe weather. And I usually will enact that when I storm chase. Lately, there hasn't been as many storms here in Texas. About a week and a half ago, it was very active here, but now it's very dry and unbelievably hot. So, but I'm starting to get more into. Hey, how's it going, Tony Rock fams? Good to see you. Thanks for joining, Tony. I'm gonna make you a moderator on this channel since you're a mod on my other channel. Um, Thank you guys for tuning in. I really do appreciate it, and hope everybody's having a great day. It's great to see people that I know, but I hope that people from these communities will come in here too and help reach out, as these storms can get quite serious. No, this is an entirely new storm, Tony, that's forming today. So yeah, this is a new storm today that's forming. Hey, yeah, no problem, man. Seems to be the new normal of the past 5 years. Breaks my heart. This heat and no rain is a bad mix for all of us. Yeah, the persistent drought for the southern half of the United States from about central Texas over to California and has been really, really bad. So, there are some severe storms elsewhere right now, too. We're going to take a look. Colorado. So, these are the following counties in Colorado right now that have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be Lincoln County, Pablo County. Pablo County and Lincoln County storms are incredibly dangerous. Large damaging wind and hail with these storms. Hail is being measured. They're calling for around baseball size, but I see some values that say that it could be as much as um, large apple to getting closer to that softball size hail. In fact, we're seeing 2.7 inch, so that's baseball size hail that's actually hitting the ground right here. 3.2 is going to be encroaching on that half-dollar size hail. You have some storms coming for West Virginia for sure. Definitely possible tonight. Or in the next couple days too. This storm kind of pushes tomorrow straight into the Ohio River Valley. So yeah, for sure. I'm surprised we haven't been getting hit from the shores. I'm right near the water. Yeah, I'm surprised that there isn't that coastal thunderstorm action going on in the Carolinas and Virginia right now. It's been mostly going in from the east and coming out. Usually, you'll have the sea storms that pop up during the summer, but it's still a little early. Could start kicking up in July as it comes into hurricane season. We'll have to watch that for sure. You're 13 feet above sea level. Yeah, I used to live in Wilmington, North Carolina. I totally understand where you're at there. Um, so we have currently right now Pablo County and Lincoln County. These are the two biggest severe thunderstorms here in Colorado right now. These are monster hail producers. Both of these supercells are very dangerous storms. This one is near Goat Butte and Swath Peak. So some very mountainous area for these storms to be in, and they could be enhanced right now because of that elevation. This is going to be just to the south and east of Pablo. And that other storm is going to be coming towards Haskell. So there's these group of thunderstorms, maybe some isolated or some embedded supercells. I could see supercell here and one developing there. So um, definitely a dangerous situation. We got another supercell, severe warning supercell here. This one has a little bit more of a defined inflow notch. Something definitely to watch out for spin ups. We'll take a look here. Yeah, there's maybe some very loosely broad rotation going on with that storm right now. Yeah, I'm still here in Texas. Yeah, I love I love Texas, but gee whiz, it's hot here in Texas today. I had to take a break and not be in my car. Um, More supercells developing here. This is going to be uh, coming towards the Kansas line. In fact, we got a couple of storms forming near Colby that could blow up. These are storms to definitely watch. But this area has the most high chance today of having tornadoes, so I'm kind of paying attention to these two right now, just because of the wind shear that was going on. Right now, I'm not seeing anything in particularly alarming, which is good, but it did have a signature earlier. This was going to be a TVS signature for rotation. So it does have the possibility of having some spin ups here in the future, something to keep watching. If you guys are curious to see what radar I'm using, this is called Radar Omega. It allows me to actually take a look in the storm in a three-dimensional mode. Take a look at its different heights, what precipitation it's dropping. Take a look at so this is the reflectivity. We can also take a look at the thunderstorm tops here. So let's go. These thunderstorm tops are around 45 to 50,000 feet up. This is called Radar Omega. They have three different pro levels. One's gamma, one's beta, one's alpha. This is alpha, which gives you all of your storm track. I think it's $9.99 a month for alpha, which is not a bad deal. It can give you some valuable information. You can get it on both your desktop um, and your both your desktop and your phone. So kind of gives you a good look of what these thunderstorms are capable of. In fact, this storm is starting to produce some relatively large hail right here, some isolated spots around here. So it's starting to get up into that 2.75 inch and 3 inch diameter hail. Um, particularly dangerous storm was. This storm's kind of getting stretched, but still has a lot of damaging wind and hail. Uh, any of these supercells can uh, produce a mesocyclone or rotation, and in fact, this has kind of got a little bit of a couplet right now. Something to definitely watch as this continues to strengthen here in the future. Um, if you're a storm chaser, just be careful punching into these storms. As much as it's crazy to do and it's an adrenaline rush, it's also not very safe. Always make sure if you're going to be driving into the hail cores, which I also don't advise, but that's on uh, people who want to do that. 3.5-inch hail. This is deadly hail. This is softball size, and these softballs are falling at over 70 to 80 miles an hour, if not closer to 100 miles an hour. These are this is enough to just completely destroy your car and total it out. That's how big some of these hailstones are. It's what us storm chasers call gorilla hail. What was it, like 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago? There was a storm in Nebraska that was dropping 5.1-inch diameter hail. Let's take a look here. This storm is continuing to strengthen with a very interesting upside down supercell here, where it has the flow of the winds pushing out. Um, you actually have the winds pouring from the south into the storm, which you will see on the velocity signature here. Actually, that's actually an outflow. So that's going like that. These winds are pouring in from Yuma. So kind of got to watch out right here if there becomes a little spin up. Large hail though. Yeah, it's not bad. Radar Omega. So Radar Omega is $8.99 for the app itself, which you also get the desktop version included for that $8.99. But there's different tier levels. There's Gamma, Alpha, and Beta. Um, the $8.99 is just for the app, and then for the membership, um, it's I think it's $1.99, $4.99, and $9.99. So I mean, it's actually really reasonable. Um, and in the future, you will actually see me. I actually have where I can have my dot right there, like when I'm driving. It'll show my location, like some of these storm chasers here. Marcus Reynolds is up there. A couple of people that I know on Twitter. So pretty cool. So this is Goodland, Kansas, right here. These storms are continuing to fire off in the Kansas area. Not severe warned, but pretty strong. So this is getting close to those triple points. So I expect this to get a lot stronger as it comes right into this area. Plus, you have some Popeye. You have some diverging winds in this area too. So I expect this to get a lot stronger here in the next little bit. Very large damaging hail in this storm in particular coming into Haswell. This will be near Haswell at about 6:15, just north of town, probably around in between 6 and 6:15. You'll start seeing some of that very intense wind and hail. This is really getting a very dangerous looking shape here. But right now, this is showing that this is outflow pouring into the storm, so it seems like it's relatively outflow dominant. So this is wind pouring into the storm here. Red means it's going towards radar, green means it's going away from the radar.
Oh, great.
So just continuing to monitor these storms. We do have some storms elsewhere in Alabama as well. For those who are in Alabama, there are some severe thunderstorms going on near Atala, and this is coming towards the Georgia line. This is a pretty strong supercell that's over in central Alabama. This is near Jacksonville, Alabama right now. Take a look at our velocities. Not seeing anything that's alarming. Just be mindful that the storm is here. We'll take a look at a couple other things here. Alabama has a couple of warnings for a couple of counties. Madison, Jackson, and Marshall counties in Alabama, 1.5-inch hail. So encroaching on that $half size hail. Looks like El Paso, Colorado. They're calling a TVS signature. So let's go take a look at that. Possible tornado development. So let's take a look at our velocity signature. Which one? And the one in Colorado? So we have a little bit of a broad area of rotation right here. So a good way of seeing where this path is going to go is to follow this line here, the core of the storm. So let's take a look here. You can get a pretty good idea from watching it on radar as it moves. So we'll go back to like 7 frames here and take a look at its position. So we got a southwest move downward, and so areas that are going to be affected are Truckington, Yoder, Ellicott, and Rush. If you're in those areas, please seek shelter. This is a particularly dangerous storm with a possible embedded developing tornadoes. So let's take a look at that Georgia storm real quick for everybody. Take a look back here. So this storm is moving also to the southeast, and we can go back a couple of frames and take a look at its progression south. We'll move into the areas of where this could end up here in the next little bit. First, I got to get how fast this storm is moving, and right now this storm is nearly stationary. So it's not moving very fast at all. It is actually almost just sitting over the same areas. So if we take a look at the worst part of the storm, let's just say 5 miles per hour to be conservative. It's going to take a long time for this storm to move in. Has a possible risk of, and there's a lot of areas that are affected, a lot of smaller towns. For Alabama, it's going to be Glencoe, Keysburg, Webster Chapel in about 63 minutes. Asbury in 138 minutes. Knighton's Crossroads in 147 minutes. I'm guessing this is going to be here in Georgia. So let's take a look here. So it gets towards. So this is going to be Georgia. Steedman. Hey, what's up, matey? Did I miss somebody in the chat? So, like I said, this storm is nearly stationary. It's kind of sitting over the same areas. Right now, it's coming into Piedmont, but it'll eventually, probably in the next 3 or 4 hours, move into Berman, Georgia, Tallapoosa, Georgia. Oh, sorry, yes, Manny. That's Manny, yeah. Yeah, Manny is behind me. Eddie was just behind me. Jen's over there in the kitchen. So, uh, yeah, we're continuing to take a look at a couple of these storms. Some of them are having a TBS signature, especially this one here in Colorado. Is very much the main threat right now. This is starting to get that hook echo here. What I mean by hook is this appendage here. Um, you can get tornadic development, and it could be going under tornado genesis in the near future. Starting to get a little bit of a broad area mid-level rotation. Nothing to be alerting of just yet, but definitely something to keep monitoring here in the future for further development. Especially as it gets closer to Pumpkin Center. Now, this storm is still dropping some absolute monster hail. And in fact, they're actually saying that there's 4-inch hail, 3.7 inch. Now, this is starting to get 4-inch hail would be encroaching on grapefruit size. It's in between softball and grapefruit. So, I mean, some very damaging wind. Very powerful storm coming into Haswell. It'll be near Haswell right about 6 o'clock. So the next 30 minutes. Haswell, I can't stress this enough. If you're in Haswell, you need to prepare your vehicles. You need to prepare your vehicles for hail damage. And I mean, cover your windows, your front windshield, your sunroof, and your back windows, because this will have the possibility or likelihood of blowing your windows out. Very outflow dominant storm, nothing as far as rotation. Haskell is probably getting some of that damaging wind coming out of this storm right now. Some of these gust fronts. Some 3-inch hail still being recorded, so over baseball size hail coming right towards Haskell. It'll be right over town about in between 6 and 6:05 p.m. And this one's going to kind of follow suit. This storm is going to be following in the same path. This has this really strong bowing right here, some gusty winds, probably some dust being shown up right here, especially along this line here. Getting some very you're probably seeing a good amount of dust being kicked up. Could be even what you call a hubu. We got a lot of warnings still going on. We have a new warning here in Alabama now. Let's go take a look at our Alabama warning. They issued a flash flood warning going on. Spotter reporting 1-inch hail going on right now in um, near Keysburg and Glen Close, Alabama. So could cause some hail dents. Definitely keep watching that storm. Flash flood warning because the storm is stationary right now. Could lead to some very quick stream floods. Let's take a look at what they said. Between 1 to 2 inches of rain has already fallen in this area, with 2 to 3 inches of rain still possible. Looking to be about uh, the expected rainfall rates are about 2 to 3 inches as this storm hits in this area, with another 1 to 2 inches of rain possible still ongoing in the storm warned area. So just really, really pay attention to this, especially uh, Tallapoosa, Waco, Georgia, Poplar Springs. If you're in this area of Alabama and Georgia, definitely keep an eye on this very strong storm. Take a look at some other places here. Let's go with all the severe thunderstorm warnings right now ongoing in Colorado, and there's a lot of them, so please bear with me, guys. In Nebraska, right now we have Thomas County, Custer County, and Logan County. This is going to be in Nebraska. You got this cluster of storms, maybe an embedded supercell in here, some quarter to $half size hail. It's going to be moving over Highway 83. Let's take a look at some of our other storms here. This is going to be for Grant, so this is a dangerous storm right here. This is going to be 80-mile-per-hour winds they're calling for right now. Let's take a look at our velocity signature and maybe even a little bit of a radar couplet. Very minor rotation going on right here as it comes towards Bingham. But some very damaging wind going on with this storm. In fact, you're seeing some of these 76 mile per hour winds going on right now in Nebraska. And let me get a readout here. So this is a destructive storm. So they are calling a PDS on this storm. This is a destructive storm for Antioch, Lakeside, and Ellsworth in Nebraska. So this is going to be for Western Arthur, Grant, Northern Garden, and Southern Sheridan counties in Nebraska. 80-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball size hail. Almost certainly going to have some severe damage to your house. Mobile homes will be heavily damaged. Roofs, windows, cars, and excessive tree damage and power outages are likely. So if you're in these areas, guys, please, please, please take these storms seriously. Um, I know it's not a tornado, but these storms can do just as much damage with straight line winds as a tornado can. Um, they have a TVS signature here, which is interesting. East southeast at 36 miles per hour. Let's take a look at this storm right here. This is going to be in Nebraska, Thereford. Um, so we actually have a good area. They're saying that there's a good area of rotation. Um, they're saying that there's some broad mid-level rotation that triggered a TVS signature. Um, this is a mesoscale, so this is a rotating thunderstorm. They're giving it 5. So severe hail probability is 70%, just to the south of Thereford. Max hail is going to be half dollar size, and maximum DBC is around 69 DBC. So some very serious storms, guys, in Nebraska. 80-mile-per-hour winds is nothing to scoff at. It's a very dangerous situation. Definitely have to keep our eyes monitored on that storm. Still taking a look at a couple other of these storms right now. A lot of storm chasers are on this particular cell. Large damaging wind and hail. We can actually take a good look. Vince is actually live in that area right now. And it's kind of a view of what these storms are looking like. And he is getting hit with hail right now. So, cancel that. So yeah, guys, very dangerous storm setting up. So take a look at all of our storms going on right now. Another severe thunderstorm coming south of Thereford. This is the one that had the TVS on it. 3-inch hail near Thereford with that TVS signature, that mesocyclone that it was triggering that TVS signature. But looks like it's going to be some very strong inflow winds. Very strong inflow. And these are going to be strong outflow winds here. So going to be inflow. Not seeing anything that's super alarming as far as signatures going on right now with that storm. Definitely got to keep it monitored. And then we still have this storm right here, that PDS, severe warm supercell. Very, very nasty storm. Taking a look at a couple other ones here. This one's still a prolific hail producer down here. This one is starting to look like it could go tornado warned, and I'll tell you why. As it comes into Haskell, starting to get that really tight ball at the end of this storm. Let's take a look at the correlation coefficient. This will tell me if there's a possible tornado on the ground, which I'm not seeing, which is great. But this right here is something to definitely watch. And this is going to be tracking right through I-96. Yeah, that's going to be coming dangerously close to Arlington. So I would definitely watch this storm here, guys, for possible tornadic development. This one I really am actually wanting to focus on right now because I do see that couplet of rotation right here. And that's going to be pushing right towards Arlington. Be interesting to see if they issue a tornado warning on that storm. It is showing a lot of signs of becoming potentially tornado warned here in the near future. The storm's starting to kind of follow suit with that. Take a look at the velocity signature here. Got some winds wrapping around. Got a little bit of a rotation couplet there. Usually the tornadoes will form right along the sides of this inflow notch. Very strong inflow notch here. You can often get tornadoes that develop right along that appendage. So Hasquell, you better be paying attention to the storm as well, in case it takes a little bit of a north or a southwest drop, or if it decides to pull further. This is a very, very dangerous storm. Large hail, tornado possible in the next little bit, so they're paying attention to it for possibly tornado development. This storm right here, I wouldn't worry about tornadoes, but I would worry about severe damaging wind. This is a very strong bow echo right here. It's probably producing 70 mile an hour winds, wind driven baseball size hail in some of these cores. Very particularly dangerous storm there. As far as tornadoes go, definitely watching this. The circulation is getting really strong with a pretty notable hail core, and in fact now we're starting to see that rotation right here. So this might go tornado warn here very shortly. Still watching this to see if it does go tornado warn because these couplets are very strong. It's coming relatively close to Arlington right now. Let's take a look at our track here for this. This is the most likely path that this is going to move. Let's take a look at how fast our winds are going. So 2-inch hail is what they're calling for, but I see much bigger hail. It's 30 mile per hour. So let's take a look at our track here. Let's see. Very dangerous storm developing. This is near Arlington, Colorado. please seek shelter immediately. This storm is not worth going out and looking at. Um, and I'll pull up the affected areas here. Okay, so this is going to be coming into Hasty in the next 51 minutes, Lubers in the next 20 or 52 minutes, McClove in the next 58 minutes, Able in the next 62 minutes. So Able, you're going to be looking right about 6:48 p.m. if the storm is still maintaining. Big Bend, about 63 minutes. Cassie or CC in about 64 minutes. Old Fort Loyne, you're going to be 68 minutes, and Wiley in about 68 minutes. And it will be near Lamar in probably an hour and a half. So these are all the areas that could be affected by this storm. So we're still monitoring that. This looks like it could potentially go tornado warned here. Definitely getting some of these winds that are wrapping around here. Take a look. These winds are pouring in. These winds are pouring out. You're starting to get these rotation couplets. Doesn't look as strong, but it does seem like the inflow is very strong right here. So this is just very, very strong winds being pulled into the storm. And some of these wind values are probably in the 70 to 80 mile per hour range. So I would definitely still watch out for the storm becoming possibly tornado warned here in the next little bit. Definitely has that hook around that hail core. Haswell, you are right in the firing path of this storm's hail. Um, it'll be in town right about 6 o'clock in the next 10 minutes. Let's take a look here. So that's going to be the El Paso County storm. So this is another storm right here. This is El Paso County. This is another storm that could potentially go tornado warned. In fact, they have been putting a signature on this storm as possibly could go tornado warned. And if it does, that tornado would probably be developing right here near Truckton. Thank you so much for the 3 people watching right now. I do appreciate all of your love and support. Got 2 new followers. Thank you guys for making this possible. Thank you for helping out. If you have any questions about storms coming into your area, please make sure to ask in the comment section. I'll be more than happy to help answer questions for you guys. Let me try to get this out to a couple more people in these areas that might be affected. Look here. And I do this, guys, purely on my volunteer time. Okay, so still watching this storm. Very particularly dangerous storm. Not seeing anything that's super alarming on the velocity scans, but something to definitely watch out for with that little ball at the end of this. Um, there are some spotters in the area. This storm is still continuing to just be an absolute powerhouse. In fact, they're putting out a 4-inch hail signature uh, coming towards Haswell. This is really, really dangerous, guys. 4-inch hail. That is absolute monster.
Oh my god.
Some broad rotation. Nothing really to be scared about right now as far as tornadoes go. I really think this is going to be just a massive gorilla hail damaging wind event. Still taking a look at these other storms here. This storm has some very large hail. These storms here are going to be continuing to fire off. Um, yeah, see, this storm has me potentially worried for tornadoes. That's the only storm here that I'm like, yeah, this might do something. And in fact, it looks like there is even a rotation couplet right here. So let's correspond that with this storm. It could just be on the edge of this, and I just pray that because usually the tornado, if it does develop, it's gonna be around here. Not seeing anything as far as rotation going on. Maybe closer to over here. What are you eating, Kubota? Fucking bottle cap, really? Good God, cat. All right. Yeah, so multiple areas in the storm coming into Haswell. Haswell, you have very little time left before some monster hail starts falling onto in the town. This thing is coming right for downtown Haswell, maybe just to the south with the worst part of the storm. But this thing has 4-inch hail, which is devastating hail, and it also have devastating winds along with that. Let's take a look at some of our velocity signatures, and I can show you just how dangerous some of these hailstones can be. Maybe a little bit of a rotation couplet now again with this storm. This is definitely a rotation couplet right here. This is where I would be focusing on hardcore right now. This is actually a pretty strong signature for possible rotating wall cloud or even tornado just to the south and west of Hansquirrel. Let's take a look on the. And this is going to be right over this little appendage here. It's going to be right in that hail circulation. This is dangerous, guys. This is dangerous supercell. And we can take a look at a couple of these wind signatures. So this is right on 96. 96 is getting some baseball size hail. If anybody's on this highway right now, even these storm chasers right now are dipping south out of this storm. They know better. They see this and they're going, "Oh my God, my windshield's going to get absolutely destroyed." I know for 100% fact that most storm chasers do not want to deal with this core right here. This that will end your chase for the rest of the day, if not cause serious injury. And that's going to come right down here south of Haskell as well. And in fact, there's another supercell right to the south of this one. So it might start becoming a line of storms here in the near future. This one is same difference, guys. This storm has some monster hail, 2.7 inch. That's baseball size hail. This is almost twice that size. This is almost twice the size of baseball, going into that softball range. This is a scary, scary supercell. 77 DBZ values. That's encroaching on grapefruit size hail. That is monster. Wow. Take a further look into these other storms here. We got a lot of storms right now in Colorado. This is another storm that this morning will probably end soon, as that storm is moving out of the area. There's the El Paso County storm, now is moving off to the southwest, and this is going to be going into Lincoln County in east central Colorado. Very damaging hail, and some of these core coming into J Road. Also, something to watch for plausible rotation, which I'm not seeing right now, but we are getting that little backwards J hook there with that storm. So this is going to be moving to the south and west towards 71. This is going to be training right back towards Arlington. Something to keep watching. This storm is still just. I'm actually taken back by how large this hail core is. I mean, there could be baseball sized hail falling all in this area here. Um, but you could also have some 3 and 4+ inch hail falling in this area. So just to the south of Pasco, just an absolute monster supercell. Take a look at some of those hail core values. Sheesh. Some minor rotation there. A little couplet there. Another little couplet here. So something to keep monitoring. I don't think this is going to be a huge tornado threat today. More of a insanely large and I want to say the word stupidly large hail, gorilla hail. Hey, Reed Timmer was the one who coined the gorilla hail. You can blame him. Let me tell you, with this storm right here, they're still saying tornado is possible with this storm. Now, do I think it's going to be like a monster tornado? No. I definitely want to say that it could produce weak rotation. In fact, there is actually quite tight rotation, tight mid-level rotation. Right here, this is going to be pushing towards Lamar. Let's get a timeline of when the storm's going to be pushing southbound. So this will be halfway in between Lamar. Lamar, you're probably going to be closer to 7 o'clock within the next hour or so. And it's probably going to be to the west of town. But you could still see some of those damaging hail. Hasty, I would be watching this very, very closely. This storm is now producing 70+ mile per hour wind. 70 mile per hour winds. The storm is moving southwest or southeast at 40 miles per hour. So let's take a look here as this continues. They might issue a tornado warning here soon, guys, for this storm if this rotation continues. Let's go 40 miles per hour. take a look at the times. Hasty, you have about 28 minutes to prepare for this storm. Um, 28 minutes or less. Lubers, McClave, Abel, uh, Casey, Old Fort Loyans, and Prowders. If you Prowers, sorry, Prowers. And this is all in Colorado. There isn't a huge amount of population. It's mostly over small rural areas, but there is a possibility of 130 people potentially affected by this storm. This rotational area here, and this is a rotation area going on right now. So it's something to definitely take a look at. We're going to take a look in this storm is probably going to be right over here. 4-inch hail, guys. Absolute monster hailstorm going on right now near Haskell. Thank you so much for the 3 people watching. I do appreciate your support. Um, thanks for joining my stream. I know there's a lot of streams to be watching today, but I do appreciate your support. This storm right here is also very nasty. Supercell thunderstorm, large damaging hail and wind going on with this. Some of these areas, you can see those baseball and larger size hail in isolated areas. No rotation really, but I guarantee both of these storms are horrific lightning producers with these hail cores, especially near Haswell. Guarantee there it is quite the light show going on right now. Probably seeing that really creepy looking green coloration with that storm as this hail core is very potent. Um, Man, that is scary how big that hail is. Some more severe thunderstorm warnings. This is going to be for Ontario, Los Alamos, Colorado, and Pueblo, Colorado, and these are the counties. So, Kit Carson County, Yuma County, and Washington County, as well as another one in Yuma County. Kiowa County. This one, let's take a look at Kiowa County. This is going to be the Kiowa County storm right here. 70 mile per hour winds. Actually, they are now putting a TVS signature here. This is a stronger mesocyclone, and that's being indicated right here. TVS, so just some monster hail values. 100% chance of severe hail, as well as regular hail. Max hail size, 4-inch diameter. That is some absolutely damaging hail. Moving southeast at 26 miles per hour. And we'll take a look back at this TBS signature here. If there is rotation with this storm, it's going to be right here. So please be safe, guys, if you're in this area. This is a particularly dangerous storm. Hate to see anybody get hurt. Just always better to prepare. This one's also producing some large damaging hail. 3-inch plus hail right here. At least 2.7 plus inch hail baseball. And some of those higher DBZ values. Nothing as far as rotation goes, which is good. Storm really fanned out over 30 plus miles. The worst of this storm is going to be pushing its way towards Wiley in Lamar as it journeys towards 297. And it's continuing to just keep fanning out. So I'm guaranteed we might have a left split that ends up developing, meaning that the storm um, branches into two different supercells here in the future. Um, Taking a look here, this developing storm, now severe warned, producing some 1.5 to 2 inch hail. So this is going to be encroaching on that golf ball, $half golf ball size. We do have some storms in Nebraska going on as well. We got Etowah, Alabama. So we do have a couple storms in New Mexico right now as well. We'll take a look here. Relatively strong hail core. Don't see this much as a supercell per se, but still could have some damaging hail. We'll take a look at Sheridan in Nebraska. Nebraska was producing some pretty large storms. Um, this one is not really super cellular in nature, but could produce some damaging winds and small hail. Now, this one here in Nebraska is a different story. This is more of a supercell. Even has a TVS signature, mesoscale, uh, meaning that it could have a couplet rotation that's worth taking a look at for warning. In fact, there is a area of rotation right here. Um, Definitely something to watch out for. That's not that far away from the signatures. We'll take a look at some of these wind speeds. This is probably about 1,500 to 2,000 feet off the ground, getting some of those stronger wind values. And the rotation is still in that little southern part of it. Definitely seeing that 55, 65 mile an hour wind range. Um, Dangerous storm. Definitely dangerous. We'll take a look at what else we got. If you see your area on this map, we got Sedgwick, Colorado now, popping a TBS signature. So let's take a look here. A lot of these storm chasers are in this area. Let's see that base right here in that storm. Some of that dry air. There's that possibly rotating wall cloud with the lowering right there. So once that, thank you guys for keeping up with me here. These storms are producing some very large hail, damaging wind, possibly a tornado or two. It doesn't look like we're going to have a major tornado outbreak, but definitely a major severe thunderstorm outbreak is underway. These storms are going to be producing some absolutely monster hail and damaging winds. Some of those brighter values now kicking up just to the southwest of Kirk, 2.7 inch, so it has had a history of baseball sized hail. Nothing as far as rotation goes, so that's good. Still watching this storm. The storm still has a favorability for possibly tornadic development. Okay, we look here at the velocity sig. Nothing that really screams at me like saying that there's going to be a tornado right now. But still watching that bottom hook here for possibly development. Got that. This is the favorable area for where a tornado would develop if that was the case. This storm as well here in Colorado is producing some very large hail, damaging hail. And this is very close to the radar station as well. So we could get kind of an accurate number on some of these wind amounts. Isolated pockets of 40 to 50, possibly 60 mile per hour wind. I wouldn't be surprised with this hail chorus if it was producing some higher wind levels. But this is a this is the most dangerous storm going on except for that one in Nebraska. We're still taking a look here. We've got this storm forming in, I believe that's going to be in Ontario, Los Alamos, and Pablo. We also have one in Kit Carlson. This is another storm that's been producing 4-inch diameter size hail. Very dangerous storm. Could cause a lot of damage to property as well as vehicles. And 4-inch diameter hail is enough to fatally hurt somebody if it hit them in the head. So. Another severe thunderstorm warning. Some large hail falling right here, coming towards Highway 71. Let's take a look at back up in Nebraska. Take a deeper look into some of these storms here. Kind of a cluster of storms, nothing really super organized. This storm continues to be the exception. Definitely looks like a hook within that hail core. So what I'll do is I will take a look. Nothing as far as rotation right now. Maybe some broad rotation up here in this little inflow notch. Continue to monitor those. This storm right here heading towards Bartlett. I can't tell you. So they have a mesoscale discussion here. So very large hail, damaging winds are expected. Watch assurance is about 80%. So they're going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning here probably within the next 30 minutes to an hour for those areas. There will be a mesoscale convective system that likely evolve over west central Nebraska in the next couple hours, and it will move southeastward towards the Kansas border this evening. Additionally, new convection may involve in the frontal zone that is currently draped across southern Nebraska into west central Iowa. Large hail is expected with these supercells, and damaging winds will become more common. As the squall line matures along the leading edge of the MCS, new severe thunderstorm watch will be issued in an hour or so. Okay, so I was about right on that. So they're basically saying that there's going to be a mesoscale convective system of a grouping of supercells that develop, basically creating their own low pressure system, well-defined shortwave system, shortwave trough, ejecting winds at 40 to 60 knots. That's just going to add a lot of lift to these storms. And it looks like we got a new tornado warning, guys, on this storm that all these guys are on right now. This was the best chance of uh, a tornado developing today, was in and around this area, and that's why everybody decided to pool in and around this vicinity. So we'll take a look here. We do have a active tornado warning. Um, if there was a tornado, and we can actually take a look at Vince's stream, he might actually have a good eye on this. And I'm not seeing that he has a eye on it. Do we have an actual? So we have a radar indicated tornado. Um, if there was a tornado, my guess is it would be right here. And please seek shelter immediately if you're ahead of the storm. This is a dangerous storm. Very heavy duty wind. Let's take a look at some of these wind values. I mean, we're seeing anywhere from about 60, got some areas of 60 mile per hour wind, maybe even higher. Some isolated 70 mile an hour pockets. So we have these winds pouring into the storm. We have these winds wrapping around. So you will get some rotation in these areas. That's why they issued a tornado warning. Um, I'm going to continue to keep my eye on this, see what they're saying.
Oh, Gus NATO.
So there is some gust NATOs forming on
Sometimes we'll
Vince's stream.
see it's
Yep.
rotating.
So you can actually see the rotation of the dirt underneath the mesocyclone. So just kind of proving that there is some mid-level rotation going on right now, and even some low-level rotation. So this could develop here in the next bit, and I'm seeing that pretty good couplet right here. That's probably why they warned this for a tornado. He has a. It seems like it's pretty LP, so I don't see it being HP supercell, but this thing could be dropping some monster hail. So you got a lot of hail right over in this area here. That's where he's looking at into the storm. Um, that's where you're going to see a lot more of that damaging hail potential. So thank you guys so much for tuning in so far. I do appreciate your support, and we're still continuing to look into the storm. Okay, so this is a very tightened rotation right here. This might actually produce a tornado. Be very interested to see what happens with Vince's stream on this one. That is a very tight area of rotation right there.
Dirt road. Well, I guess it's dirt.
Ooh. I don't think that's a tornado, but that looks like a very large hail shaft. But that could be a tornado. I do see a funnel cloud right here. So he's inside that circulation, so they might get. Yeah, they definitely have a funnel cloud pretty much right over them. So kind of confirming that that was a good idea on the National Weather Service's point to put that tornado warning there. Let's take a track to see where that storm might be moving towards, and it's still going to be pushing towards Lamar. If you're in Lamar, Amherst, specifically Amherst right now, you're in direct threat of that rotation coming up. So that is why Amherst, downtown Amherst right now is under a tornado warning. And that would be where the tornado would be developing right there. A tornado almost actually has a little bit of a easterly track, if not a southeasterly. Okay, so yeah, it has a little bit of a southeasterly track. Got a right moving supercell here. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. Thank you guys for tuning in. If you're new to the channel, please consider subscribing. It'd be mucho help. I'll be right. All right, we still got the rotation going on in this storm. Severe warned and tornado warned supercell. ongoing right now in Colorado. These storms are very damaging, guys. We do have that ongoing tornado warning. This storm would be right here. This center of circulation would be right there. And this is going to be coming dangerously close to Amherst and Lamar. Just to the north of town. I'm going to take a look here to see if these storms. So this is going to track towards right towards Imperial. So when we have a new TVS signature, very strong TVS signature, a 10, with 3.5-inch hail, so some softball size hail, large damaging hail potential, large damaging wind core. I would say that there could be some isolated 4-inch hail diameter. This could be still pushing towards, it's kind of taking a little bit different of a track right here, and this is going to be pushing right close to Amherst and Lamar. So if you're in Amherst or Lamar, please seek shelter. They haven't extended the tornado warning into Lamar, but people need to be safe. Thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate it. If you're new here to the channel, please feel free to join in the comments section. Feel free to share this out. I'm trying to reach as many of the people in these towns as possible. Looks like it's losing a little bit of its rotation, so they might cancel that tornado warning, but still, area of rotation here, and another area of rotation there. So, I mean, still could be cycling. Um, obviously, some gusts and tornadoes on the ground. Starting to develop another little appendage here. So it could be just trying to go into tornado genesis. Large damaging hail core here. This is a large supercell thunderstorm. And see them starting to develop a hook again. Pretty distinctive hook showing up here on our screen. Some broad area of rotation, nothing that alerts me to tornado at the moment, but still could be recycling. This storm right here, this left side, could envelop into the storm, so it'll be interesting to watch that. Some large hail coming in close vicinity to Amherst right now. Venego, if you're in Venego, you have like less than 5 minutes to prepare for this hailstorm. Venego, you could be very, very hard hit by this damaging hail. I'm not sure how many people live in Venego. Hail is right there, so let's take a look. This is moving 46 miles per hour. It was 50 miles per hour. 160 people could be impacted by that hail core. Um, best thing to do is just protect yourselves from this damaging wind. Vince is still riding this edge of the storm here. 3 people watching. Thank you guys so much for joining in. I do appreciate your support. Thank you so much for the 7 people that liked this stream so far. I do appreciate it, guys. Oh, Lord, here we go. Yes, that was me. Thank you guys for keeping up with me here on social media. I do appreciate all of your support. Let's take a look here. Thank you guys for tuning in. We got 4 people watching. I do appreciate it, guys. Still monitoring this potentially dangerous storm here in Colorado. Still some tornado warned. So, um, continue this right here. Go ahead and save this. trying to get this out to more people in these areas. That way we can try to do our best to warn people accurately. We're still monitoring this tornado warning storm here. Still tight area of rotation is still prevalent. Hi, Manny. Sorry, buddy. I'm busy right now. But hi, Manny. Still got that area of rotation. This is going to be coming right towards Imperial. If you're in Imperial, you need to take this storm seriously, even though you're not tornado warned. Same with Lamar. You need to watch this storm as it rides closer to Highway 6. This is a very, very dangerous storm, guys. Very dangerous. And I want to take a look at what's going on with what Vince is seeing, just to get kind of an
So the following counties.
continuing to take a look to see what he's seeing.
Stay tuned to know.
Definitely a lower base wall cloud in that area. I hope it loses its tornado warning and nobody gets hurt. It's always cool to see tornadoes when they're over empty land spinning up and doing no damage. But there always runs that risk. And now it looks like there's another couplet of rotation just to the northeast of Lamar. And that's going to pose a threat going towards Imperial Hayes Center. So we'll still have to take a look here. Let's take a look at our reflectivity radar. See what's going on. Still a large area of damaging wind and hail here. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're about 2 hours right now into this stream. I do appreciate your support. Looks like it's kind of lost its oomph when it comes to the hail core. That doesn't mean anything. Could be just kind of holding its breath before it does some more stuff. And then a broad area of circulation, probably a good sized wall cloud shelf going on. We do have another tornado warning going on right now. This is going to be again in Colorado. Large damaging hail being reported with this storm. Very distinct hook echo. We'll take a look at taking some of this reflectivity smoothing down. Take a look at our velocity signatures. If there is a tornado, it's going to be right in this area. If I put the, it's going to be right in this hook. And that's going to be taking a path right towards Big Bend. McClave, Wiley. So let's forecast out this hook. This is a very dangerous storm in Colorado. 4-inch diameter hail being reported with this storm. Very, very serious storm. They're actually calling for 3-inch. but I'm seeing some of these signatures well over 4 inch here. That tornado most likely would be right here. So we're going to take a look at our velocity. We're going to take a look at its storm path. We can actually go into a 3D mode on this storm, and it'll kind of show you here what this will look like. Right here is where most likely the tornado would be hitting. Very tall thunderstorms. This very distinct hook echo. Let's go back to the 2D mode here. This storm is starting to follow suit with another potential tornadic thunderstorm. This is a very distinct hook echo. This one is very possibly could possibly put a tornado down. Kind of watching these, it's kind of losing its tight circulation. Let's get a position on this hook. Find out how fast this storm is moving first. This storm is producing tennis ball size hail and it's 70-mile-an-hour winds according to the tornado warning. Possibly dangerous storm. I would say this is definitely a PBS storm. 3-inch hail with the tornado warning. This is going to be for Kiowa County in southeastern Colorado and Brent County in southeastern Colorado. Tornado radar indicated rotation. There's a TVS signature here. We have a 50% chance of something developing there. Definitely still got that well-defined hook echo. And the tornado would probably be in the fall. There would be a tornado. It would most likely start developing right here. So let's take a deeper look into our path. Find out where we're heading. This is going towards Lamar. Storms have been kind of tracking that way for the past couple of hours. Let's take a look here. Storm track. Got to get a reading on how fast this is moving. This is moving pretty slowly at 10 miles per hour, which could cause a serious problem if there's a tornado. It's not going to be moving very fast. If there is a tornado, it's going to be somewhere right there. Again, draw that out to 10 miles an hour. So this is going to be in the clave in about 2 hours. We got Big Bend in about a little over 2 hours. Most likely, if it came towards Lamar, storm's not moving very fast, guys. So Lamar is going to be about 2.5 hours or more with how fast this storm is moving. It's not moving very quickly, but still a dangerous storm nonetheless. Something to definitely keep an eye on. This storm north of it could go tornado warned here in the future. This is also starting to develop that hook echo. Let's take a look at the velocities on here. This is also producing some very large hail and damaging wind. Don't see anything particularly worrying just yet. But this storm definitely has a tornado warning. It's the only tornado warned storm right now. This Kiowa storm and got Crowley, radar indicator. Nebraska is showing at TVS, so let's take a look at this storm right here. This is going to be near Skiro, Nebraska. Looks like it's pretty far away from the radar station, so it's kind of hard to tell. But I definitely see some strong mid-level rotation there, maybe some upper level depending on how far away we are from actually being near the radar station. Looks like we're quite a bit away, 100 plus miles, probably 5,000, 6,000 feet up with these winds and more. Take a look. Oh, sorry, this is in New Mexico. My apologies. This isn't Nebraska. This is Mesoscale coming into Texas. So this is going to actually track uh, towards Logan, New Mexico. Mesoscale. A lot of storms going on here. That storm is coming right into Broken Bow, and this is in Nebraska. This is a strong supercell thunderstorm, very large hail, damaging winds, some hail reports over 3 inches, so bigger than baseball, closer to apple-sized. There is a stronger area of rotation here. This needs to be monitored for possibly tornado developing. But for me, seeing this to me is more of a straight line wind event. That's going to be pushing south of Broken Bow. Kind of running that Highway 2 corridor down towards Ashley, Mason City, Winchfield. Some of these, this is going to be mostly over rural area of Nebraska. Only got one tornado warning. We got a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings. We also do have a TVS still with the storm. And it's just, God, it's absolutely large damaging hail. This is all 3+ inch hail right here. Just super strong HP supercell. I'm still taking a look here. This was tornado warned, but no longer is. I don't see anything that's super alarming right now with this storm. Thank you guys. Hey, how's it going, Chris? Good to see you. We're still monitoring these storms here. I'm just trying to get some of the articles done real quick here. Uh, Thank you guys for keeping up with me here. I'm just trying to finish putting this together. Still trying to get this out to more people because this is a particularly dangerous situation today, and these storms are still producing a TVS signature. Could in the future produce a tornado. So we're still taking a look here at that possibility. Some very large hail, baseball size and larger. Let's take a look here at our reflectivity. And still some very large damaging wind. Hey, what's going on, Chris? I hope you're having a good day, buddy. Which town are you in, Chris? Or nearby? And take a look at what's coming to your area. We do have a new tornado warning. Take a look here. This is an extension of the other one. This is coming into Cassie. Um, Very dangerous storm ongoing. If we have a tornado, it's going to be generally in this area here. That storm is going to continue to track towards Lamar. If you're in Lamar, you need to seek shelter because it's coming around your area. Some severe storms heading over towards your way in Pennsylvania. We do have a new severe storm popping up here in Iowa. Let's take a look at this. There's maybe some weak rotation ongoing there in Iowa. Some 2-inch hail is falling. This is heading into areas, seems more outflow dominant. Cumberland, it's going to be moving toward Bridgewater. It's taking a southeastern direction, but this is almost looking more like south-southeast. Okay, so let's get a shift that way. So this storm is pushing that direction. So Bridgewater, Fontenelle, Greenfield, you're at risk of this. This takes it by Fortinell and Greenfield around 7:29 p.m. if you're in Iowa there. But right now I'm kind of focusing on these tornado warning storms in Colorado. Come on, let's go. Come on. So we can take a look at PA and see what's going on. Definitely worried about some of these storms. Still producing some 4-inch hail, and it's been producing 4-inch hail for the better part of an hour now. I'm going to take a look over here. Got some storms in Iowa, still some storms in Nebraska. Take a look here in PA. Got North Carolina. PA, some strong, developing line of thunderstorms. Just looks like some general thunder. Doesn't look like anything severe at the moment, but an isolated severe storm could be possible for PA. Wouldn't be surprised, but it's most of the severe potential today is going to be Colorado. This storm is now going to be pushing its way into Kansas. 70-mile-per-hour winds. This storm right now over Burlington is very, very nasty. It's going to be pushing towards Sharon Springs on I-40 there. Sharon Springs. Very large damaging wind and hail going on right now near Burlington on the west side of town, in between Bethune and Burlington, Colorado. This is close to the radar station too. This is out of the Goodland office, so it's crazy to see that actually. Guys, please make sure to share out the stream. I'm trying to reach more people that are currently at risk. If you share, like, and subscribe, it helps push it to more people. This storm in Colorado is very, very dangerous. 70 plus mile per hour winds and over baseball size hail is currently falling. So they're actually calling for baseball size hail inside the warning. Let's take a look at the velocity. So, not seeing much of a velocity as far as rotation goes, which is good. Let's take a look at our couple other storms here. We do still have a TBS signature there. Still a tornado warning storm coming in near McClave. Let's take a look here. Strong areas of rotation right there. Just take a look at our reflectivity, see what it matches up with. And that does match up with that hook right there. That is a little worrying that there could be a tornado on the ground. Let's take a look at some of these wind signatures here. 85-mile-per-hour inflow. Very, very much could be a rotating wall cloud, if not maybe even a tornado coming towards McClave. You need to seek shelter immediately if you're in McClave, Old Fort Loins, um, down towards Beta, Lamar. What the hell was that?
No, that's that spray.
I thought it was like a cat or something. Thank you to everybody who's watched this so far, and thank you to everybody who's helped share this out and like this stream. Trying to get updates for more people. If you guys have any questions, areas you want me to look at, if you're under this threat today here in the plains, please let me know. That way I can take a look at your area. Still some damaging. This one I fear is going to go tornado 1. And this is going to be getting close to Arlington, so we've got that definite hook echo. The storm is dangerously close to McClave. It's going to be coming towards Wiley and Lamar. So, still developing potential hook there. Strong rotation coming towards McClave. It's going to go right towards Lamar. If you're in Lamar, Casey, McClave, Beta, Old Fort Loins, you need to seek shelter immediately. West Farm, this is a very, very dangerous storm. Thank you for the 5 people watching. Let me get it out to a couple more people. Just shared it out to my weather page on Facebook. Still ongoing tornado threat going on right now, coming towards Lamar. This is a very dangerous storm ongoing right now. Another area of rotation starting to develop to the south of Arlington. Both of these storms are incredibly dangerous, but this one is really starting to become tornadic now with a tornado warning. This is for Colorado right now. If you're in Lamar, McClave, KC, Beta, Old Fort Loynes, Prouders, down here at the airport to the south of Beta, KC, you're really in line for this. Same with McClave. Really pray for the people in McClave. If you're in the path of this storm, just time this out here. Don't want that. Let's find out how fast the storm is moving. So the storm is moving southeast at 30 miles per hour. So let's take a look at that. There was a tornado. It'd be probably right here. We're going to go southeast. And let's zoom out here real quick. Take that mesoscale. Draw that southeast movement. $30 miles per hour. And this is going to be an idea of what's coming. So, Casey, if you're in downtown Casey, this is affecting possibly 8,048 people. So a lot of people could be affected by this storm. Casey, you have less than 7 minutes to get to shelter now. Wiley, you have about 14 minutes. Sugar, you have about 14 minutes. Cornman, you have about 25 minutes or less. Culp, you have 24 minutes or less. Lamar, you have about 27 minutes or less to get ready for the storm to move over. This is a very dangerous storm. West Farm, you have about 32 minutes. Channing, you have about 32 minutes. Goodale, you have about 44 minutes. Carl, you have less than 35 minutes. Channing, you have less than 32 minutes. If you're in these areas, guys, please take this storm seriously. There is a possible tornado on the ground. Seek shelter immediately. Let's take a look at our reflectivity, kind of get a look at. I can keep spraying and it trip me out. Both of these are incredibly dangerous storms. The storm's coming to Los Animas. And this is moving right in the direction towards Granada and Holly. This storm is making a beeline right now for I-40. And this is going to be in Kansas. This thing has baseball or bigger size hail. They're saying 3.7 inch. So that's softball size hail coming towards Sharon Springs. This is in Sharon Springs, is in Kansas, guys. So this is going to hit I-40. And this year, Sharon Springs was already hit by a tornado. I was actually in Grainfield, not too far away from Sharon Springs. Grainfield's right over here. I was on the junction of 70 and 40 when that hit. Grainfield's right over here. Um, that was April 23rd, 2017. Or sorry, April 23rd, 2022. That was earlier this year. That was a very scary storm. This storm's packing 80-mile-per-hour winds. So let's take a look at the velocities on this storm. Very, very nasty winds. So these winds are outflow dominant. These winds are shooting into the storm, so you have a little bit of left to right. Possibly some rotation. Just incredibly dangerous wind and hail damage. 4-inch hail being reported now, so we're starting to get bigger than softball size, right around softball size, larger. Still watching this storm here. This one is going to be still ongoing in Colorado, pushing towards Lamar. Still strong mid-level rotation ongoing. Please seek shelter if you're in these areas, just out of precaution. Back up to our reflectivity, still dropping up to baseball size hail. This one could go tornado warned here very soon. Take a look here at the velocity. Some possible rotation right there. And that's right in that ball. So this is going to be coming towards Craybill. Melinda, Fort Lyon. If you're in those areas, please watch this storm carefully as this comes closer to you. Very strong supercells today in Colorado. That storm is making a beeline for, yeah, see, that's not looking good right now. They're probably going to issue a tornado warning here soon on this storm. This is where the tornado would likely be, is right here in this couplet. And this is going to continue to push off to the south. Okay, so they did now issue a tornado warning for this storm. So my thinking was pretty on point with this. This is where the tornado would be if there was one. So if there is a tornado, it's going to be inside of this signature here. Let's go take a look at some of our high-res velocity scans here. Or sorry, our correlation coefficient, which will tell us if there is actually a debris signature, which I'm not seeing directly at the moment, but we're going to continue to take a look at this as this persists and continues. Okay, so now we're starting to actually see what somewhat looks like a debris signature. This is kind of what I was worried about. Right here. This is very dangerous storm, guys. This is most likely right here a tornado on the ground. This is a very dangerous situation. Let's take a look at our timing here. Let's get an idea of how fast this storm is moving. 30 miles per hour. Okay. So let's take a look. It's moving rather quickly, guys. So let's continue to take a look at this correlation coefficient. Possibly a tornado on the ground right now. I want to say there's a high probability of a tornado on the ground. So let's time this out here. Okay, so we got our times here. There's 3,622 people in the path. Melinda, you need to seek shelter immediately. That you're in the path of this potential tornado on the ground right now. Los Alamos, you're 27 minutes or less. Bogsville, you're in 30 minutes or 31 minutes or less. Crayville, you're 33 minutes or less. Keller, you're 33 minutes or less, and Hilton, you're 39 minutes or less. If you're in any of these areas, you need to be seriously starting to take shelter, especially here in Melinda in the next 26 minutes. This is a very, very dangerous storm, and I'm actually more worried about this than the one in Lamar, and there could be another potentially tornado signature here in coming south of Lamar. Yeah, there is definitely a debris signature showing up at the low levels. That debris signature would be right in this area. Very scary storm. It's going to be almost moving south, due south, southeast. Let's take a look. If we clean up this, take some of the sharpening off. We're going to take a look deeper into this correlation coefficient. Um, Tornado would be somewhere right here. It's going to be moving towards Los Alamos. Melinda, you have less than 24 minutes to get ready for the storm. This is most likely large damaging hail in this area. Same with this. we're gonna take a look at the high-res velocity signature. In fact, they are showing that really tight couplet right here. This is a really dangerous storm, guys. So this tornado would probably be right here. And right now I'm not seeing, there is quite a bit of hail around that circulation. So very heavy rain, so it might be a rain-wrapped tornado. Thank you guys for tuning in.
Yeah.
Very large damaging hail coming on the back end of this circulation, 3-inch plus. Um, this is a very dangerous situation. We're going to take a look at this storm here. Again, this appendage really forming. Radar indicated tornado. They issued a severe thunderstorm warning for just south of that area. Couple areas of rotation on this storm. Forming one there, one there. But this has the one behind it has the best chance of producing a tornado right now. This would be where the tornado would be located if it was there. We'll go over to our collation coefficient. I'm not seeing a debris ball going on with this storm right now, but still take the storm very seriously. There is some tightening of the rotation. So this is probably an inflow jet wrapping around into the storm, where this is your outflow, large damaging wind and hail wrapping around the center. And we can kind of see that happening on the velocity signature here. And indeed, actually, there is a very strong tornadic signature right there now. That is quite scary. Really tightening up of that circulation there. Let's take a look at the correlation coefficient. In fact, it does look like there is a debris signature in that area, evident right there. This could be hitting some buildings or thrown trees. If you're in Los Animas, Melinda, Cornelia, and Marlin, you need to seek shelter now. Like, you're running out of time. This is a very dangerous storm. Tornado warned storm, guys. Big area of rotation. Go back over here to the, this is probably a rear inflow jet. Oh yeah, that's not a good signature right there. That hail is now wrapping around that circulation. That looks to be like a possible large tornado um, on the ground. Very dangerous storm, guys. This is a very serious signature right there. Let's take a look at our correlation coefficient. And indeed, right here, this looks like a debris signature. You need to seek shelter immediately. There could be a large tornado on the ground right now. Very large hail could be wrapping around it too. Let's see what they're saying. Let's get a forward movement. 28. So we're a little delayed on the velocity radar right now as far as getting an update on actual positioning. So let's take a look back. Our latest scan. And in fact, it does look like they're showing it on the reflectivity. Right here would probably be where the tornado is, just based off of the hail wrapping around that circulation. Very scary to see that kind of strong of a circulation. This is going to be hail wrapping around the storm. So you're going to have hail wrapping around, being pushed in through this inflow jet here. And then you're going to have your RFD, your rear flank downdraft, possibly 100-mile-per-hour winds or greater, wrapping around the edge of that. So we're still taking a look at some of our winds here, showing what it could be like. This is mid-level winds, 70 mile per hour. I saw isolated 71 mile per hour wind, wrapping around to 80 mile per hour inflow. So there could be a weak tornado on the ground. It doesn't look weak when you look at the reflectivity. Looks much stronger and much more pronounced. We're going to continue to look at the correlation coefficient here. In fact, it's still showing this debris ball. It's kind of scary. It's going to probably take a southeast trajectory. It's going to come in contact with Highway 14. This is probably damaging hail around the circulation. Could be a rear flowing downdraft. It's probably inflow, large hail. Thank you for the 2 people watching, and indeed we do have stronger circulation now showing up on our latest reflectivity scan. Let's take a deeper look into what we're seeing here. Some of these values are pretty strong, so you do have some of these inflow winds just absolutely pumping out at 80 miles per hour. So you have this super strong wind pouring into the storm, still jumping that. It's just pumping that storm full of warm air to keep it going. Because if it is a tornado, which it would be in this circulation here, we'll track this out again. Storm's moving at 30 miles per hour. But, no, take that back. Get a timing of these. Melinda, if you're in Melinda, you have less than 21 minutes before this comes right into your town. It's going to be coming in close vicinity to Melinda and Los Alamos. Thank you for the 3 people watching right now. It looks like the circulation on the velocity still pretty strong. Still got to keep with my current thinking on where the storm is going to be moving. But I'm starting to think that it's going to take a little bit different in the circulation. Almost. Let me see if I can pop on Twitter and see if anybody. This tornado, guys, if it is a tornado, it would be right there. Let's see if anybody's showing if they caught a tornado in that area. Taking a look. Still showing rotation. Looks like it's losing a little bit of its oomph. Little update: Burlington, Colorado recorded a wind gust at 85 miles per hour. It prompted a destructive thunderstorm warning on the Kansas-Colorado border. Let's take a look at that storm real quick, guys, because that one is actively causing damage. Talking to a couple other storm chasers. Um, this storm is still ongoing here in near Lamar. Still an area of rotation, so they might re-tornado warn this storm here in the future. Um, the storm's kind of lost its circulation. Still very large hail core. This one might be looking to try to go tornado warned again. Let's take a look at that Kansas storm. I think that's the one I was looking at earlier. This is the storm earlier that was in Burlington that now has a TVS signature, A1. So very strong signature for a possible tornadic development. So let's take a look at what they're saying on their velocity. And they said that it might trigger a tornado warning here in the future. I'm not seeing. I'm seeing this. Seeing this outflow going on. Definitely maybe some mid-level rotation going on with this storm. Something to keep an eye on. But it's the damaging winds inside the storm that's been causing a lot of issues. Very large destructive hail too, over 4 inches. Some of these larger storms in Nebraska. So we got a new tornado warning in Iowa. Let's go take a look. So the storm in Iowa that I was looking at earlier is now gone tornado warned. Dissect this storm and see what is going on. It's very large hail, especially over Orient. Take a look, see if it had a better signature one. So it went warned for this section right here, towards Afton, Iowa. So if you're in Creston, Maxburg, please seek shelter. There is some minor rotation going over near Spalding, Iowa. Particularly dangerous storm. We got a couple of tornadoes. So we got an observed tornado that happened in Iowa. So this was a confirmed on-the-ground tornado, probably by Hunter Folks, who's the current storm spotter in that area. Observed tornado on the ground in Iowa. Jeez. We also have a new observed tornado in Colorado. This is in Los Alamos. This is going to be in the Los Alamos area. Take a look. That was probably observed when I was looking at it up there, but that tornado would be observed probably right here. Probably either, there's actually two areas of rotation. So we have two tornadoes that have been observed and sent to the National Weather Service. We're going to still take a look at this tornado warning. This one's going over mostly rural area. Most likely going to be right here. So if we look at the reflectivity, take a look at the correlation coefficient. Possibly a tornado on the ground. So we've got a very dangerous storm coming into Kansas right now. This supercell is very nasty, 4-inch hail, 80 mile per hour winds. I'm guessing the strongest winds are going to be right along this bow echo right here. And that's going to be moving towards McAllister. So let's time that out. So that's going to be in McAllister. Let's see. Take a look at its velocity here. Damaging winds are actually being reported fairly close to the Goodland office at 71 mile per hour. So these winds are most likely hitting the ground. It could spawn a rain rat tornado there to the south, so we'll have to watch for as it closes up on Sheridan Springs. Another monster storm right now up in Nebraska. Large area of damaging wind and hail. This is probably producing some absolutely terrifying lightning. Take a look at our velocities here. Maybe an area of rotation as well. Take a look here. This is looking like a possible area of rotation. This is looking like another area, possibly a third area of rotation there. Very serious storm, guys. That one might go tornado warned. Some of these values on these winds are pretty extreme. 70, 80 mile per hour winds, 90 mile per hour winds. Now, not all of this is going to hit the ground, but it could potentially have the possibility of doing so. So, Thank you so much for the 2 people who are still watching. We still got 2 tornado warnings ongoing, 3 actually. 2 in Colorado and 1 going on right now in Iowa. Travis County, is there any storm chasers on the Los Animas cell? Hey, SPC Travis County, thank you so much for joining in. I'm assuming you're a news station out of Austin, Texas. Right now, I do not. Oh, actually, looks like there is somebody. Colorado Storm Chasers. That's their information right there. If you can get a hold of them, they have a telephone number listed. I don't know if you have the My Radar or Radar Scope or the Radar Omega app, but Colorado Storm Chasers is actually on the scene of that storm right now in Los Alamos. They have his name is Eric J. Kelly. Large damaging hail and wind. Hey, no problem, SPC. So I'm a registered storm spotter for San Antonio, Austin, but I forecast out and try to keep people informed everywhere. Just as a little courtesy when I have free time to do so. This was a storm that I really needed to pay attention to. We got this tornado warned storm in Iowa right now. It is still tornado warned. This tornado was observed on the ground. It doesn't look like there's a very tight area of rotation anymore as it comes close to Creston, but something to definitely keep our eye on here. Now, there is that storm. There's 2 tornado warnings, one at Powders, and these storms are very close to one another. If there is an area of rotation, it's going to be coming right along Highway 287. There are a couple of storm chasers in this area. There's another area of rotation here. But as far as rotation goes, I would say this is probably the best possibility of a tornado. Maybe even here. Taking a look at a couple of different things. Large hail, guys, wrapping around the storm. If there was a tornado, it would most likely be in this notch. Take a look at this storm here, too. This one's still tornado warned. K-Bill, you're about to get nailed with very large hail. Los Animos, possibly a tornado coming into your area as well. Keybill, any of these areas here. We're going to take a look at our velocity signatures. Oh, you're live streaming it as well? Awesome. So, I'm trying to think. It doesn't look like a super organized area of rotation. There's a couple of broad areas that show up on this. See one broad area of rotation there. One broad area here. This is probably where the storm is. If there is still a tornado on the ground. But this was an observed tornado, so let's see what they said here. law enforcement. Hey, SPC Travis County, thank you so much for subscribing. Let's see. Damaging winds and baseball-sized hail. Damaging tornado, sorry. Tornado was located about 10 miles north of Los Alamos, or 19 miles northeast of La Junta, or La Junta. I guess that would be how it's said in Spanish, because J is usually H. Moving at southeast at 25 miles per hour. So, still taking a look. I wonder if Los Alamos got hit. These are some very large damaging storms, guys. 3.2-inch hail showing up inside the core, coming into Crayville, which is very destructive. Possibly even some larger isolated areas of 4-inch, 3.5 to 4-inch, with some of these 73 to 75 DBZ values. Very, very destructive. Wall cloud. Okay, so wall cloud on Colorado storm on live stream. Okay, so that's good to know that there isn't a tornado on the ground right now. I usually chase in a 4-hour radius of San Antonio, where I live. But next year I'm planning on getting out further. I did a bunch of chasing in Kansas in April, so I got that kind of out of my system. But let's see. There is a little bit of a couplet right here that's still evident on radar on the velocity scales. Now we do have a couple of chasers moving in, Mike and Johnny Glesser. Yeah, these storms are moving at about 35, 40 miles per hour. I know some of the Nebraska storms were pumping closer to 50. I know as it gets deeper into Kansas this evening, some of these storms, that one storm was producing some absolute monster size hail, and it still is. This storm right here that is coming towards Sharing Springs, when it was over Burlington, Colorado, and when it was over Burlington, it was producing 85-mile-per-hour wind gusts in baseball-sized hail. Confirmed tornado warning changed to rotation. Okay. Thank you for that update, Travis County KEWX. So I'm not a meteorologist. I wish I could. Wish I was. Kind of a dream of mine to one day become one. But I am an amateur storm reporter as well as an amateur storm chaser. Been doing this on and off for about 10 years. It's something that I love to do. It's love helping people where I can. These storms are very, very dangerous today. All three of these severe thunderstorms have a 70-mile-per-hour wind destination. So very destructive hail too with these storms in Kansas. Some isolated areas, probably right here coming towards 27. You're probably going to see anywhere from about quarter size with this kind of darker purple. This blue, this light blue spot, you're probably seeing probably 2.5-inch hail making its way over towards 87, some more isolated areas. So I would say $half to baseball size is possible with these storms. Mostly outflow dominant type of storms here. Alrighty, I've been going live for about 3 hours and change. We got a new tornado warning now in New Mexico. Let's take a look at our tornado warning here in New Mexico. Um, find out where this is headed. This storm has been persistent all day today, since it's formed. Let's take a look at our velocity. We got one storm chaser in the area in New Mexico, Jay McCoy, um, the storm spotter. Um, my guess is if there was a tornado, it would be somewhere right along here. Let's take a look at our reflectivity. So yeah, my guess is it would be around this little hook here. Um, could be another one that forms to the south here, so we got to watch that. And I don't think this is confirmed. I believe this is just radar indicated at the moment. We're still taking it seriously. Radar indicated tornado with um, $half and larger size hail. Move probably closer to ping pong ball. That is a nasty little hook right there. It's very HP supercell. Got that crazy looking horseshoe shape too, which means that probably inflow. Yep. So this is straight inflow, pushing into the storm here, and then you got your outflow wrapping around right along Kapana. So that's where you're gonna get your rotation going on right there. Let's take a look at our correlation coefficient. See if we can see if there's any uh, debris signature, and it actually does kind of look, but it also could be large hail. But this kind of looks like a possible tornado on the ground. So it kind of matches up with where the rotation is. Let's take a look at the actual velocity scan and see if we can get a match with that. So would have been located here. It's probably going to be moving over on this side as it pushes towards Highway 39 and Galagos. So we got the observed tornado in Colorado. We're still taking a look here. Let's take a look at our storm, kind of get an idea of what this looks like. Most likely, if there was a tornado, probably be within this signature here. Let's take a look at our collation coefficient, see if we can spot anything abnormal. Nothing super out of the ordinary as far as debris signature there, but some possible rotation with these winds. I wouldn't say that there's a tornado on the ground, probably a wall cloud in that area. But definitely something to keep watching as it pushes southward. Now we do have another tornado warning in Colorado as well. Um, one of them is going to be in Prowders County, and the other one's going to be in Brent County. Let's take a look at our Brent County storm, and also some very disorganized mid to low level rotation. I would say more mid level. We do have the Kansas or the Colorado Storm Chasers in Fort Leon. This is going to be pushing towards Creeville. Um, usually you'll have your tornadoes form. This would be your rear flank downdraft wrapping around the storm. Let's see if we can verify if that's what that is. Yeah, so I'm guessing that could be a rear flank um, trying to reorganize, but I don't see. If there is a tornado, it's going to be right over Creeville, but most likely it's a funnel cloud or rotating wall cloud. I would say more on the possibility that it's a rotating wall cloud. So then you definitely keep watching as it comes over Crayville. Definitely could have some damaging wind potential. Probably a gustnado. I made sure to subscribe back to you, SPC Travis County. Still keeping an eye on these storms right now as they keep going. This could be now moving to the south of Crayville. This will be south and east of Crayville. Let's take a look at our storms going on right now. Right now we have 3 tornado warnings. Let's go back over to this one in New Mexico. This one had a very strong signature at one point. Really strong inflow notch. That classic horseshoe shape here. If there was a tornado, it would probably be right here. Straight inflow. These winds are turning around, so you have some definitely some vorticity in the atmosphere. Still continuing to watch this storm. Probably will lose its tornado warning. We have back in Prowders County, they've extended the tornado warning now. Most likely, if there's actually a couple areas of rotation here. 2 couplets right here, moving around. Broad area of rotation. Nothing that really screams at me, but they did post this strong TVS signature. Okay, so off-duty NWS employee reported a tornado touchdown. So let's see what it looked like. So right here, an NWS employee 8 miles south of Lamar, and this is an actual tornado report from an off-duty NWS employee This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Let's take a time to actually do our storm track here. First of all, let's find out how fast the storm is moving. 30 miles per hour, so moving at a pretty decent clip. So this tornado, if it's still on the ground, it's going to be right here. Let's take a look at our, there actually might be two. Sometimes you can get a cyclonic and anticyclonic, or you can get a tornado that's dying out and a new one that's forming. So definitely have to keep an eye. This one, let's go 30 miles per hour. Let's get it in line with this. 30 miles per hour. Calculate. Looks like it's going to move over rural, empty area. We're going to continue to monitor this right here. 30 miles per hour, where this NWS employee stated that there could be a tornado on the ground. So 30. So yeah, this is mostly rural areas of New Mexico, so probably not going to show a timeline. It'll probably be rated at EF0. But that was a confirmed tornado by an NWS employee. It's going to track towards the Texas line. Or sorry, the Kansas line. My apologies. This is in Colorado. This is not New Mexico. My apologies. I thought this was the New Mexico storm. But there was a confirmed tornado in Colorado. My apologies. National Weather Service in Pueblo, Colorado, had a tornado warning for Prowers County and southeastern Colorado. A confirmed tornado was located 13 miles south of Lamar, moving southeast at 30 miles per hour. This is going to be moving towards southwestern Kansas in the not too far future. So it's going to be coming right along 140 eventually. So this storm is still packing too. This one's still tornado warned. Um, take a look at our velocities here. Not seeing as much here, but definitely seeing that rotation couplet right there. Continue to take our track. Storm track, 30 miles per hour. The town that could be affected by this is Lichen in the next 52 minutes. It doesn't show that it's a very populated area, mostly over empty area of eastern Colorado. The thing with Colorado is you don't need you don't need the amount of dew points like you do in the Central Plains and even down into the high plains of Texas. You can get tornadoes that spin up with 55 degree dew points, where you need 60s to 70s in the Central Plains. because of the elevation enhancements in Colorado. So they canceled this tornado warning here, but this one's still ongoing. A couple areas of broad rotation here, another one here. So they're still monitoring this storm. Like I said, moving over empty areas. We still got tornado warnings for Brent. This is for the Los Alamos is probably going to be discontinued here very shortly. Don't see that continuing because the storm's not in that area anymore. Broad area of rotation. Once again, moving over mostly empty area of Colorado. We do have some other severe thunderstorm warnings that were capable of producing some large damaging winds and hail. There is actually one in Nebraska right now that they're monitoring for the possibility of becoming tornadic. There's actually a couple of storm chasers on that one right now. Right now, you can still see the low-lying clouds on the Los Alamos storm, I bet. This is Nebraska, some 3-inch hail diameters, some very large damaging hail and wind. This one could go tornado warned if this one can get a little bit more developed. This was got some absolutely monster hail signatures, 2.75 inch and larger, possibly even 3-inch hail, which has been producing so close to baseball to softball size hail. This one's still progressing, guys. Watching this for rotation. Now there is a pretty good couplet here. So I would say they're probably going to monitor this area here and this area here for a possible tornado here in Nebraska. So we'll take a look at that and see what they do as far as posting. And there's actually even another area of rotation here. Let's keep looking at this because this is potentially a dangerous situation going on. Decent rotation right here. This is some mid-level. Another area there. Big storm too. Multiple supercells kind of conjoining together. And they just posted a new severe thunderstorm warning as this pushes south. I'm guessing this is going to be moving into Kansas in the very not too far future. Colorado Storm Chasers only stream on Facebook. Eventually, I'm going to be streaming on both Facebook and on YouTube, but I haven't gotten there quite yet. God, the Cape values around Childress, Texas right now are 4,500 joules per kilogram. That is some very intense Cape, but most likely it's capped right now. So, oh God. This is a very nasty group of supercells right here in Nebraska coming into the Kansas line. Just some absolute monster hail. This is something I would be monitoring for potential tornado development. This one, not so much, but this one, definitely. Probably a decent rotating wall cloud going on right now. In fact, they're actually showing a rotation couplet right there. So definitely something to be watching. There's multiple areas of rotation within this storm. something to definitely keep our eye on here. Let's see if we have any updates with... Okay, so we got a new tornado warning, guys, in Nebraska. Take a look here at this storm. This is a active tornado warning going on for Nebraska, I believe. Yeah, so Omaha, Nebraska. This is going to be for Nemaha County and Richardson County in southeastern Nebraska. Severe thunderstorms were capable of producing a tornado. So this threat's still ongoing. If there was a tornado, it's going to be right here. This is going to be, let's pull a track here. Let's find out what we're dealing with as far as tornadic development and see what the warning has to say. So we got a 35 mile per hour mover tornado and ping pong ball size hail. Some of these hail amounts were a little bit larger. Possible amateur meteorologist talk. I think their anticyclonic rotation, the severe thunderstorm warning behind the tornado warning. Yeah, no, absolutely. That very well could be it. You could have some anticyclonic tornado circulations. A couple areas of rotation here. Let's track this out, see what's going on with it. It doesn't look super organized as far as like a signature, but we can take a look at the correlation coefficient, see if there's debris signatures. I'm just seeing possibly hail. I'm not seeing anything that alarms me that says there's a tornado on the ground. Definitely some rotation though. Right here, right here. One could be it's now Nebraska has had and Kansas both had a history of multiple tornadoes on the ground. So I wouldn't rule it out, but I don't think that this is particularly a strong in-your-face kind of tornadic. Probably just a good area of rotation, um, and it'll usually involve in these notches where you have inflow and outflow wrapping around on the edges of these storms. But let's take a look. We keep getting more and more warnings here. Brent, Colorado. Let's get back over here to Colorado, find out what's going on. Looks like they've extended the tornado warning here. Let's find out what's going on as far as the storm goes. Velocity signatures. Nothing super pronounced. This storm, if there is a possible tornado, it's going to be somewhere probably right there. If it's probably weak, it's probably a dusty kick up right along this kind of hook. This is still a tornado warning storm here, and some very large hail forming right here. Some 4-inch hail diameter readings have been reported today in and around Colorado. 3.7 inch currently. Oh, they just extended the tornado warning here. Let's get this information for you guys and find out and see what is going on. Let's grab the storm track. The storm was moving at 30 miles an hour. I believe still 30. So Lycan is the only town within this threat zone, but there is still Highway 89 that is in risk of this storm. Definitely some hail wrapping around this. You got this clear notch here, so my guess if there was a tornado it would be right there. take a look at the velocity scans. Um, yeah, I was March 4th or May 4th, I was up in Haskell, Texas, Hamlin, north of Abilene, chasing that. I missed the tornado by an hour. I was an hour south of the tornado that hit near Childress, so I was kind of mad. Um, this is a pretty strong signature of inbound and outbound wind. If there's a tornado, it's probably going to be there. Yeah, I know. I was in a tornado warned supercell on May 10th in Fort Stockton. Um, I got caught in a circulation in downtown Fort Stockton with 80-mile-an-hour winds that came out, and it was bullet quarter size hail. I mean, it was. But the nastiest straight line winds that I've experienced, at least this year, if not the strongest straight line winds I've ever dealt with, was up near San Angelo and Eden a couple of days ago. Man really hit vape during a severe weather stream. Yeah, I hit the vape a lot. It's something, I don't know. It's a something. It's better than me smoking cigarettes, I guess. It's tough sitting behind a screen for over 4 hours and trying to keep focus. But yeah, this storm is still continuing to escalate. Um, I don't really care. I hear you. Are you out of Austin, Texas, Travis County? That's actually where I grew up. I was born just outside of Austin. A couple areas of rotation going on right now with this storm. Awesome. I'm assuming you're a storm spotter as well. Right now, I'm trying to get Central Kansas preteen. Ah, so that's probably where the tornado would be. Gotcha. So just a weather enthusiast. Kansas? Let's see. Got the tornado warnings. So we actually have a new tornado warning in Missouri. Let's go take a look. Okay, so they're extending the tornado warning into parts of Missouri. Tornado circulation there, possible. It's radar indicated. Let's take a look at where this could go here. Oh, that's not the right tool. I do like the Radar Omega app. This thing is very handy. So let's go 30 miles per hour was the last time I saw this storm. So if you're in Barada, and I'm assuming that's probably in Nebraska. Yeah. Barada, Corning, and Craig, if you're in these towns, you need to seek shelter immediately. This tornado circulation could be heading in your general direction. No, you said Central Kansas preteen. No, I thought you had said Central Texas something. I don't know. Maybe I misread something. Oh, you said Central Texas preteen. I said, are you just a huge weather enthusiast? You said Kansas and Texas by accident. Oh, shoot. Okay, so we're still taking a look here. This is what you call a severe weather outbreak. Multiple tornado warnings, mostly over. We actually do have a new tornado warning, and this one's going to be for that storm. Uh, ooh, yeah, that's a nasty storm. Ooh. Okay, so let's take a deeper look into this. Okay, tornado would most likely be right there. So, this thing's booking it. Let's take a look here at the velocity. This is a very strong velocity signature where you have uh, this hail core. So kind of that teach people uh, what this hail core means, and I can see the rotation with the hail core. So that tornado circulation would be right here. It's actually another area of rotation here. Very dangerous storm. This is coming into Exeter pretty soon here. Let's see, radar indicated. So this is going to be for southern York County and east central Nebraska and northeastern Fillmore County and southeastern Nebraska. If you're in these towns, you need to seek shelter immediately. This is going to impact Exeter and McCool Junction. If you're in McCool Junction or in Exeter, please take the storm seriously. Oh, you saw a funnel cloud on the tornado warning storm? That's awesome. Alright, let's time this out. Oh, grab the wrong part. So let's see, because it looks like it's moving faster than 35 miles an hour. So 30 miles an hour is what they're engaging this at. Let's take a look at the reflectivity. Most likely, if it's a tornado, it's going to be right here. This is going to be what's called your rear flank downdraft. This is going to be wrapping into the storm. So, so those winds are really mixing here. So this is going to be your outflow boundary. So this would actually be your rear flank. This is going to be inflow. So this is going to be mixing here. This is more outflow. So let's redraw this real quick. Yeah, these winds are going outbound at a pretty good speed. These winds are wrapping around on the inside. Sometimes you can get these spin ups right here. Let's take a look at our reflectivity and see if we can verify that. Yeah, and it's going to be right in this this um, kind of signature here. That's more like where you would have that tornado, right in that center of that hail core. If there was a tornado, my guess it would probably be right here, close to Highway 81. We're going to time this out here and draw a line out, except it doesn't want me to draw a line out. Let's see here. 30 miles an hour. So this is going to be coming into Exeter in the next 24 minutes or less. So if McCool Junction, you have less than 4 minutes to get ready for this storm. You need to seek shelter immediately. Cordova, you have less than 28 minutes. Friend, Nebraska, you have less than 38 minutes. Dorchester, you have less than 55 minutes. And Pleasant Hill, you have about an hour or less. It's coming your way. Very, very strong supercell. We'll take a look at the correlation coefficient and see if we spot anything hairy on this storm. And does look like maybe an area of anomaly there. So there could be a tornado on the ground just to the north of McCool Junction coming over onto Highway 81. So let's take a look at our velocity, see if we can match that up. And indeed, that is where the strong rotation is. There most likely could be a tornado on the ground right now, just north of McCool Junction. So SPC definitely on spot with that report there. We're going to take a look at our other tornado warnings, and there's a lot of them popping up in Nebraska right now. Nebraska is, I've seen moderate risks with less action. I know, seriously. Same here. Still tornado warned in Colorado. Let's take a look at the. We got the high res velocity. There is a tornado. It's most likely going to be right here. This is a tornado and severe weather outbreak, guys. This is not a very good setup. This is over mostly rural areas of Colorado. I'm going to take a look at this right here, and in fact, it's right in this inflow notch. I would not be surprised if there is a tornado on the ground right there. I've seen some slight risk days that have produced some good action. Especially down towards Fort Stockton, Texas. And they get some really strong storms over near Odessa and Highway 20. Very, very nasty storms. I'll be posting my Fort Stockton video soon. I'll be putting it together. I know this is a very intense. This is actually mostly in slight risk areas of Colorado that this is happening in right now. Let's take a look. Correlation coefficient. See if we can match that up. Indeed, there are some anomalies here. Possibly rotating. Possibly some debris getting lofted in. See if we can verify that. Right in that notch. Right where I would expect the tornado to possibly be. So, like I said, there's not a whole lot of people at risk of this tornado right now, but I'll continue to monitor as it goes south. It was showing a 0 population area. Storm chasers are on the scene right now. Let's find out who this is. Kim George, Prairie Photos, so they're in that area investigating that storm right now. Right now it's only radar indicated, so we'll have to wait a couple minutes, see if they actually make a report. And take a look at this one too. This one's producing some really large hail. Some still tornado warned. Not seeing anything that's super alarming, so maybe some minor area of rotation here. If there was a tornado, it would probably be somewhere around this area, but like I said, this is actually a stronger rotation signature to me than any, so they might post a tornado warning to the south here as this continues to go down. But right now, as far as this storm goes, definitely seeing some strong rotation with that storm. And there are some chasers in that area who are investigating it, so we'll have to see what they say in their reports. Let's see. Still looking here. This would be the area of rotation in question. This is going to be moving out of the area very soon. It's going to be intersecting the highway south of Four Corners Crossing, coming towards basically training in the same area as the previous storm. So my guess is this will be becoming a weakening trend on this storm as it comes into that rain-cooled air. But who knows? Sometimes you get some surprises. I hear you, SPC Travis County. No problem, man. You have a good rest of your day if you head out. Do appreciate you for stopping by the channel and helping to support the stream. Um, this is still an ongoing issue here, but it doesn't look like it's over. It looks like it's over very open area. Um, uh, 158 miles per hour. How close are we to the radar station? We should be pretty far away. The tornado would probably be right over here. We're still relatively far away from that radar station. Um, there isn't a whole lot of radar stations that are readily close. Amarillo being one, Dodge City being another radar station that would be somewhat close to that area. Um, Still monitoring these tornado warned storms here in Nebraska. Let's take a look at this. It's going to be near Cordova. Most likely, if there was a tornado on the ground, it would be right here. It's going to be moving towards Friend, Exeter. See if we can spot it on the correlation coefficient. Not really seeing much on the correlation coefficient. The problem is right now some of these storms are very far away from the radar. Um, they're saying it's going to be closer to over here than it's been. Now they did post a TVS signature. Ha, that'd be awesome, SPC. So they actually posted a pretty strong TVS signature, 3.5-inch diameter hail. Um, Possibility of severe hail is maxed out. Um, if there was a tornado, probably be right here. It's kind of in line to where that tornado signature was. Very strong return. Still continuing to monitor Sydney, Nebraska, having some very large hail falling. Burlington, Colorado, the hail core was as high as 30,000 feet, so just had some absolutely monster hail this afternoon. Still monitoring the conditions here in Nebraska. We're going to take a look here and get out of this. Take a look at our other tornado warnings. Currently, Fillmore, that's one that we're looking at right now. There's another tornado warning in Richardson and Omaha. We'll continue to back out here. This is going into the Missouri line. If there is a tornado, probably be right here. Most likely it's just a broad area of rotation. It's very large hail, baseball to softball size hail, falling in and around that area. Let's take a look at our velocity signatures. Very strong storm. It's kind of far away from the radar, so it's hard to tell how good the circulation is. Thank you so much for the 3 people that have stayed with me watching the stream. I do appreciate it. We're still live here. Still monitoring ongoing conditions. Thank you for the 10 likes on the stream. I do appreciate it, guys. Still monitoring conditions across the plains. Still got that tornado warning for Colorado. Still ongoing. Velocity signature. Strongest signature I see is going to be right here. There's another strong circulation here. Special weather statement. So this storm, like I said, is going to lose its warning. Radar indicated nickel size hail 50 to 55 mile an hour winds. This is moving into some rain cooled areas from this major storm. This storm might actually pull the remaining energy from that storm and be able to keep going. So got a lot of areas being affected right now. We do have quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings. These are going to be ongoing for places like Iowa. Iowa is being hard hit right now. Some very strong storms moving in and around the area. This is going to be near Melbourne, Iowa. We also got multiple severe thunderstorm warnings going on right now across Nebraska. These are monster gorilla hail signatures here coming towards Crisco. Seek shelter immediately if you're in Crisco because this is a very dangerous storm, large damaging hail. Nothing as far as tornadic, just very damaging wind and very damaging hail. As this progresses tonight, you're going to see what they call a mesoscale convective system develop. Um, this storm is still tornado warned. Some areas of 4-inch hail falling this afternoon here. Very strong, damaging winds. We'll take a look here. Some of these signatures are coming back at 100 miles an hour at the mid levels. So we're probably going to see it's still rotating too. So I don't know if they'll extend this tornado warning to the south and west of Friend, but we'll see. We're continuing to go over all these storms here, same areas. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings for Missouri and Nebraska. Nebraska is clay. They're saying that there might be a tornado moving, possibly a storm that becomes tornado warned. This is a very nasty supercell thunderstorm in Kansas right now. This is probably causing damage in downtown Orland, Kansas. If you're in Orland, Kansas, is probably doing some substantial damage. Looks like some baseball-size hail going right over town. We're going to take a look at our velocity signatures here and take a look. And indeed, there is an area of rotation that they are watching. That's going to be right here. It seems like another area of rotation here. And another one right here. So, I mean, there's multiple areas of rotation going on with the storm. They're waiting to see if it gets a little more defined. But this is an incredibly damaging wind event, as well as some very large hail. And you can see that these winds are just absolutely dangerous. If you do get a tornado spin up, it's probably going to be somewhere in this notch that comes right towards Orland. There's also another area of rotation that's down here that could go tornado warned. So we'll have to take a look at those items. And in fact, there's actually a couplet of rotation here. That's probably the most serious signature that I've seen with this storm. It's continuing right here. Very strong inbound wind. Guys, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. It helps to keep going. If you guys would like to help support the channel in other ways, I do have a Cash App and PayPal, but not recommended. This is getting some stronger rotation up here too. Four people in the house. Thank you guys for tuning in. This is a very dangerous storm ongoing right now in Kansas. This is in Orland, Kansas. Let's kind of show you where this storm is heading. This is some of that baseball to softball and maybe even larger hail, 4-inch diameter hail, some absolutely horrific gorilla hail falling parts of Kansas right now. We're taking a look. This could come into Norcantor here pretty soon. They're currently monitoring this storm for a possible tornado. that is a very strong signature right here of rotation going on. There's another smaller area of rotation there. I would not be surprised if they issue a tornado warning as it gets closer to New Canter. Feel free to join in the chat if you have any freaking questions whatsoever. If you're in these hard hit areas of Nebraska, Colorado, New Mexico, Texas, Colorado, Kansas, Oklahoma, please let me know. I'll be more than happy to help answer your questions to the best of my ability. I'm not a meteorologist. I'm a storm spotter and storm chaser for San Antonio National Weather Service office. Some very strong areas of rotation. Okay, so they've kind of mapped that out. This storm is going to be coming in between. This really bad hail core is going to be. So we have a new radar indicated tornado warning. Let's go out here real quick to this tornado warning. It's still seeming like an ongoing issue here. It's very far away from the radar signature, so it's hard to tell. The Kansas storm is dangerous. This is the one that I'm most worried about right now, causing damage to people's homes and causing injuries. With the damaging winds and large hail that this thing's producing right now, this is an incredibly nasty supercell thunderstorm. Absolutely monster supercell. Starting to get that backward C. A little rotation going on right there. So possibly see if we can verify that with our velocity. And indeed we can. So there is some possibly some stronger rotation ongoing. This is starting to get quite a tight couplet right here. We'll zoom in to this. Very possibly that this could be soon producing a tornado as it comes close to Country Road. Right now it's over Country Road 491. This is going to be not that far from Orblin. We're still monitoring multiple tornado warnings, all in Colorado right now, associated with the same storm that's been blasting through Prowders County. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings across Kansas and Nebraska right now, Missouri, Iowa, and even a new severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma going on right now. Let's take a look. Oh, this is actually in Texas. Okay. Texas County, Oklahoma. Okay. So take a look at our velocity signatures here. This is right in the panhandle of Oklahoma. Excuse me. Very, very strong storm here, and one behind it as well. Both severe thunderstorms. First severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma this evening. So definitely watch that one. This storm right here is producing 70-mile-per-hour winds across Kansas right now, 4-inch hail. Really starting to wonder if they're going to issue a tornado warning. This is a very strong circulation with hail wrapping around it right now. So my wonder, there's actually another one up here. Take a look at our velocity signatures. Yeah, see, this is starting to look bad. Starting to get that wind going in, and that wind going out. So, decent rotation, another area of rotation here, another area there. So, wouldn't be surprised if they issue a tornado warning here in the near future. This is really wrapping around in circulation right now. You can see that clear and evident on radar too. This would be the area that I say that could become tornado because you're having this rear flank downdraft of wind and hail wrapping around the circulation. Having some very intense wind shoot into the storm. This is all uh, part of tornado genesis. So there's definitely some rotation going on. Right there. Yep. Guarantee they issue a tornado warning here very soon for this storm. Storm, I'm actually kind of concerned that they get some, that they could possibly get rotation ongoing. We're gonna map this out just like it would be a tornado warning. Um, Definitely some spin in the atmosphere there near Jennings. So let's take this. Storm was moving at 30 miles per hour. I think. Let's take a look. So they're tornado possible. Winds 70 mile an hour and baseball size hail. So yep, baseball size hail, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Very dangerous storm. Golf ball size hail was reported confirmed in Orblin. Airport Orblin also measured winds at 55 miles per hour. This is a very, very dangerous storm. So let's, like I said, let's map this out like if it was a tornado warning. So Allison, Lucerne, Moreland, Pembroke, and Hill City. If you're in these areas, you need to be paying attention to this storm. It could become tornado warned soon. I'm sure the SPC is looking at this very seriously. 1,500 people in line of this storm going on right now. Kind of a little anticyclonic spin there. There's one area of mid-level rotation here. Let's go ahead and take a look at our signatures here. Some damaging hail here, some damaging hail here. Thank you for everybody who's staying tuned with me. If you have any questions, please feel free to answer. We're still going over our current warnings. Still tornado warned here in Colorado. This has been a persistent tornado warning for quite some time. Let's take a look here. Fortunately, the radar is very far away from these storms, so it's kind of hard to gauge. But if I had to guess, strongest area of rotation is going to be right here, coming close to Buckeye Crossroads. This is going to be moving into the corner of Kansas and Oklahoma here in the not too far future. Let's find out when it's going to be somewhat coming close over here to the Kansas-Colorado line. That's around 9:33 p.m. Strong storms on the Colorado line with Oklahoma, or Kansas line with Oklahoma and Colorado. So, very busy night tonight, guys. Very busy. The storm in Decanter County, Kansas is still looking very intense. Still got that classic shape right here, this hook.
It's still 75 degrees in here.
Yeah, it's not going to get any better.
Mm-hmm.
Very strong storms. Jeez.
God, it's hot in here. My aunt's ACs went out in her little apartment.
Oh.
Remember, they don't have AC there. She went and had windows with AC. They all went out. Oh. She's over down.
So here in Texas, we're dealing with our own little issue, and that's called a debilitating heat wave going on right now in South Central Texas. And right now, our air conditioner, because of our current place that we live in, is absolutely horrid as far as the administration here at this apartment complex goes. Absolute horrible, horrible people to deal with. There's multiple areas of rotation here, still ongoing. Storms really nasty over Jennings. Very strong winds. Some of my areas of rotation. Mostly this storm is really damaging wind right here. That is some really, really nasty damaging wind. 70 mile an hour. Possible tornado. Still watching it. Ongoing for the next 30 minutes. This is going to move over into Hill City eventually. It will be near Hill City at 9:49 p.m. So get ready. This is going to be there within the next 30 to 40 minutes. Thank you guys for staying tuned with me. I've been live for almost 5 hours. A lot of severe weather events going on right now. This is a complete severe weather outbreak. Still monitoring this for a potential tornado. This is a very dangerous storm. This should be a PDS storm for sure. Particularly dangerous situation. And in fact, there is still some areas of rotation going on. Nothing that screams at me right away. My guess is if they do issue a tornado warning, it's going to be for what's coming over Highway 36 right now. That's the strongest circulation. There is a strong circulation right here too, but that looks more anticyclonic. It'd be rotating the opposite way. There's another area of cyclonic rotation here. But this would be more of like a QLCS tornado event. And these are some actual reports on the ground. 1.5-inch hail. Broke windows in the home. Okay, so that's how dangerous these storms are. That these hailstones are actually smashing out windows. And some 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is some 60, 70, 80-mile-per-hour winds. 96.19 mile per hour. That's not making it to the ground, but it is. There's 100-mile-an-hour. So I would probably say that they're experiencing 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds right there. Some inflow, so that wind is pumping into that storm like that. You're getting some of these little kinks in rotation here. Like I said, I don't see this being a strong tornado event, but definitely a damaging wind and hail event going on right now. This thing has just a incredibly nasty hail core. This thing is producing baseball size hail and larger. We got some tornado or some severe thunderstorm warnings going on right now in Iowa. So let's take a look here. Some large hail, another damaging supercell with some very large hail here in Iowa. Let's take a look at our reflectivity. Maybe not really seeing anything alarming. Just some very large hail. Okay, so we do have a new tornado warning for Decanter. So I knew this storm was going to go tornado warn. I was just kind of waiting to see what was going to happen with it. But yes, this storm has now gone tornado warned from the National Weather Service. Now issuing that tornado warning. And if there's a tornado, it's probably going to be right here. So let's time this out. Very, very dangerous storm, guys. This storm is probably producing a weak tornado. And this is going to be moving in this general direction towards Smithfield. If you're in New Alamo, Lorona, Roscoe, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. This is going to be traveling right along Highway 9. I'm going to continue to watch this because this is now a particularly dangerous situation. This is an area of rotation. right here in question. That's going to be pushing off to the it's going to be pushing off to the southeast. Thank you everybody who's tuning in right now. Thank you so much for joining. Make sure to like and subscribe to the channel as I keep going on with these updates here. And looks like this right here. So let's time this out. This storm, find out how fast it's moving. Still some baseball size hail. We got moving at 40 miles per hour. So it's picking up some forward speed. So let's take a look here at our storm track. This is where they're saying that it's moving to, but I'm going to put it there. 40 miles per hour. We're going to take a look here at our threat. Not a very heavily populated area, but populated still nonetheless. Lorona, 20 minutes out or less. Edmond, 33 minutes out or less. Smithfield, 39 minutes or less. Or Roscoe, 43 minutes or less. You need to be seeking shelter immediately. The storm is going to be coming your way. Please seek shelter if you haven't already. Guys, I'm going to be taking a quick break. Bear with me. I'm just trying to. I need to stand up. My back is killing me. So I'll still have this on here so you guys can see it in real time. Alright guys, we're still monitoring this monster hailstorm and tornado-warned storm here in Kansas. This storm is still producing massive hail. Radar indicated tornado. Does not mean that's on the ground. It's still definitely something we're keeping an eye on. If there is a tornado, most likely right now it's going to be located right here. I'm not seeing a very strong circulation, but then again the radar is quite far away from the station here, so I'm looking for a closer radar. Multiple large hail, gorilla hailstorms right now going on in Iowa. Let's take a look here. My apologies, this is still in Kansas. Okay, so this hailstorm right now is actually in Nebraska. I got mixed up because it said Saline County for Salina. We're going to take a look here. This is a very strong storm. This is going to be for Saline County. This is also Seward County in Nebraska. 60 mile per hour winds, 2-inch hail. Very large, damaging hail going on right now. Very serious storm. It's had a history of 4-inch hail. In fact, some 3.2-inch hail is still falling. Still got that tornado warning for Kansas right now. This could be for Graham, Norton, and Counter. We have a new tornado warning for Oklahoma. It's kind of surprising, but not really because this was tornado warned over Oklahoma and Kansas. Let's take a look. Or sorry, Oklahoma. This was over Colorado. So this storm is finding some more hot conditions to form in. This is going to be for Oklahoma or Texas County and Oklahoma Panhandle. I am even having a real hard time seeing where the circulation might be. Kubota? Was he calling the back? So most likely if there was a tornado it would be somewhere in this area in this inflow notch. So as far as that goes, I'm not really seeing any major areas of rotation unless the radar station is very far away. So this is gonna be Texas County in Oklahoma. This is the Oklahoma Panhandle. Multiple tornado warnings going on right now. This is gonna be for Norton, Kansas. Take a look here. Running this computer overtime. Monster hail right now. 3-inch values being reported in some of those. We're going to take a look here at the velocity. If there is a tornado, it would probably be right here. And we're going to time that out. You need to be seeking shelter immediately. This is going to come right towards Edmond, probably within the next 30 minutes or so. And the storm is moving at 40 miles per hour. And I know that because I looked at the one earlier. Let's take a look here. And that storm is, that could be a tornado on the ground. That is a pretty strong signature right in the north part of that warning area. So let's take a look, draw storm track. Direction, that's at 40. Let's take a look. So it's going to be in Lareona in 13 minutes or less. Edmond in less than 25 minutes. And Desmore in about 31 minutes. People that could be affected, roughly about 276 people. Please find a way to get warnings if you can. This is a particularly dangerous storm here. One thing else I could look at too, and see if we have a tornado on the ground, is to look at a correlation coefficient. And it does look like right here that we do have some kind of an anomaly, but once again, that could be large hail too. In and around the circulation. We'll take a look at our, we have some wrapping around with this hail. Kind of off center, so I don't think it's, a rotation. I think that's just hail. This rotation will be right here. If there is any, and it's kind of moving in kind of northeast direction. I really do appreciate everybody for joining me tonight here on the stream as we cover the severe weather outbreak here across Kansas. Oh, sorry, need to lower the people said that my music was too loud. Do apologize about that. I forgot that that was even on. I'm just gonna go ahead and remove that music track thing. I need to get a better mic for this camera, or for this computer, eventually. So right now, we're still looking at this possible tornadic warm storm. I got multiple monitors going on right now, checking the National Weather Service. They'll tell you where the circulation is too, in case you tend to get lost. So tennis ball size hail, but I'm seeing some values that are obviously over tennis ball size hail, but that could be at the mid levels too. So it could look like baseball or larger at the mid levels, but it could be falling as tennis ball. But it definitely looks like there is some baseball size hail opportunities. This storm was reported 2 miles north of Jennings. So if I go towards Jennings, which is now way far away. We're going to take a look back at our velocity signature. And to me, this just looks all like inflow wind. Maybe this looks like a tornado warning storm, but right now, the radar station, at least for this storm, is very far away. Exactly. I was waiting for you to say it too. Thank you guys for joining me tonight on this crazy live stream. 55-mile-per-hour wind gusts being reported for some of these storms. Scary. We're going to take a look. We still got that radar indicated tornado in Oklahoma right now. This is going to be for Texas County, Oklahoma. Most likely, if it was the tornado warning storm, tornado would be located somewhere right here. We'll take a look at our velocity and see if we can match what's going on. And often you'll have the tornado warning storm form right here along this bow. We'll take a look at our correlation coefficient and see if we can get any matches. And maybe an anomaly right here, but that again could be blowing dust, could be whatever. But it could possibly be a tornado. So, still taking a look. It's hard to tell on these signatures too, because this looks like even a brighter anomaly. Let's see. This storm would be 11 miles south of Elkhart, southeast of Elkhart. "11 miles." So this actually is what they're saying is the rotation right here. And I am seeing a correlation coefficient, but it's not really showing that on the velocity. Kind of weird, because I'm seeing it more down in this direction with the velocity signature. So, like I said, that could be hail in that area showing up on the correlation coefficient. You go to there and then look at our area here, and that could be some hail falling. That's probably what that mark is. But the actual rotation could be um, down here. So let's take a look at our velocity, see if we can match that up. See, it's hard to tell because there's so much big hail falling in some of these areas. Best chance for your rotation, my guess would be somewhere right here, just south of highways. And this storm is producing 80-mile-per-hour winds, so that is a dangerous storm. Some 4-inch hail, 3.2-inch hail that was reported with that storm. Let's go take a look back at our Kansas storm. This is going to be for Stratton and Morton, Kansas. This is Stratton County and Morton County, Kansas. Once again, it's hard to tell because I have a very hard time seeing the accuracy on this because of how far away it is from the radar. Classic supercell shape, though, still prevalent even further away from the radar station. We're still taking a look at that storm that I was just mentioning. It's got that nice backward C. Often you'll have tornadoes develop right along this inflow notch.
It's 6 degrees.
But most likely, the damaging winds here are going to be along this bow and this area here. This is going to be some very strong outflow wind coming into Goodwill. Going on 5 hours and 14 minutes live here on YouTube, tracking these storms for you guys. It's been a long evening. A lot of dangerous storms. We have tornado warnings still ongoing in Colorado as well. There's still that tornado warning for parts of Colorado and into Kansas. We're still taking a look at this storm as it does still have that shape of that classic supercell look. Right now, I'm not seeing anything super alarming, but we are far away from the radar. If there's a tornado, it's probably crossing the state line right now, heading towards Highway 160. But let me go over all of the warnings going on right now. Back at Colorado, Washington County, Colorado, Saline, Nebraska, Webster, Nebraska. We have Richardson, Nebraska, and Holt, Missouri. Powders, Colorado is still severe thunderstorm warned with a possible tornado indicator. We have Lincoln and Elbert County in Colorado, still severe thunderstorm warned. We have Wayne, Indiana, and Appanoose, Indiana. We have Montgomery, Indiana, Page, Indiana, Montgomery, Indiana, and these are all counties. Cass, Sarpy, and Oat, Nebraska. We have possible tornado with 80-mile-an-hour winds and 3-inch hail. That is a PDS in Texas County, Oklahoma. That's right on the panhandle with Oklahoma. That is a particularly dangerous situation. 80-mile-per-hour winds and hail over 3 inches in diameter. That is, if you're in Texas, Oklahoma, you need to seek shelter. Texas County, Oklahoma. You need to seek shelter immediately. It's a very dangerous storm. We also have right now Saline, Nebraska, Gage County, Nebraska, Jefferson County, Nebraska, and Lancaster County in Nebraska with 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar size hail. Same with Nicholas, Thayer, Republic, Clay, Fillmore, and Jewell counties in Nebraska. We also have a very particularly dangerous situation with baseball-sized hail and a possible tornado in Kansas. Let's go take a look at that storm real quick. So this is going to be the Texas County, Oklahoma storm. Very strong, damaging wind and still tornado warn, guys. It's far away from the radar, so I'm having a hard time getting a good picture on this. If I had to say where the tornado might be, I'd probably say it's going to be right here. Coming towards Goyman. Let's keep taking a look here. So we have a confirmed tornado in Kansas right now. This tornado is going to be observed. So let's take a look at the report. This is 3-inch hail, guys, and a tornado on the ground. A confirmed tornado was located very near Sauter's elevator, moving southeast at 35 miles per hour. So that's where the tornado was being reported. Sauter's. So that's where the tornado was being reported coming over the state line. So please seek shelter immediately if you're in Sodders. We're going to continue to look here at our current warnings. So we have the Texas County, Oklahoma, still tornado warned. So the current areas that are tornado warned right now are in Texas County, Oklahoma, Baca County in Colorado. These are all far, far away from the radar station, so they're very hard to see an accurate picture. We're going to take over to the really dangerous storm going on right now in Kansas. That's one of the dangerous storms going on in Kansas right now. There's actually multiple. The one I'm looking for is going to be in northern Kansas. So we got two observed tornadoes. One of them is in Stanton and Morton, Kansas. That's this storm right here. This one was moving away from the Colorado line, coming into the South Kansas area. And that's going to eventually push over towards the Oklahoma line as well. Very dangerous situation of these storms rotating across Kansas, Oklahoma, and Colorado. Let's go back up here. This was the really nasty storm that was tornado warned earlier. Oh wow, yeah, that's a huge area of damaging wind. And my guess is this is going to continue to bow out. Almost makes me wonder if this might turn into a derecho, like they were forecasting earlier. Some very ping pong ball size hail falling with that storm. Very, very damaging wind. Look how large this thunderstorm is. This is a very intense line of severe weather coming towards Junction City, Clay Center. Just a really intense line. And this is going to persist throughout the night, guys, but I'm not going to be able to track it all night long. All night long. But this is a dangerous situation right here. This is a very strong area of damaging winds, and that's going to probably bow out as it runs south towards Topeka. This is developing into quite the line, and some of these lines can have embedded supercells in them, like the one you see here near Beatrice. Some 3-inch hail reports. Here you can actually see this damaging. Here you can actually see this damaging gust front right here showing up on radar as it's probably pushing dust outwards. We've seen this happen And I've witnessed this happen as I've watched it on radar coming into South Central Texas. I know for a fact that this is a damaging gust front, and it'll probably have winds associated with it that are over 60 miles per hour, maybe even higher, as this storm continues to blow out. Yep. So that's showing some very strong winds. Some of these wind signatures here are ridiculously strong. 55, 60, 70 mile per hour winds right along this gust front, guys. When you get these really sharp bowing lines like this, that usually means that there's going to be some very intense damaging winds associated. Take a look at our correlation coefficient. See this right here on the correlation coefficient, it is showing stuff that is not normal in the air. That is dust being pushed out. This is outflow dominant. It's pushing out a lot of dust coming into Concordia, Randall, Belleville. So if you're in these areas, this is probably going to get pretty nasty, and it's probably going to get stronger. You can develop some kinks in these lines here, some embedded supercells that produce quasi-linear convective vortices or tornadoes that can form inside these lines. Usually they're hard to detect. Let's take a look here. Okay, so now we got a tornado warning right where I said it was going to happen. This is most likely going to be a tornado warning for a or QCLS tornado, quasi-linear convective system tornado, and that tornado would be located right here in that kink in that line. Actually, see some winds wrapping around here too. So let's take a look here at this tornado warning, radar indicated. Let's go over here. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was northwest, 25 miles northwest of Belleville. My guess is it's going to be in this notch right here. That'd be my guess for tornado. That's going to be. Let me go out here and actually time this out. How fast is this storm moving? That's the first point. 25 miles per hour. It's kind of a slow mover. Usually these are very quick spin ups if they are, but this is a very strong signature. So we're going to take a look at finding out the timing for you guys. So this has a potential population that could be affected. Chester in 29 minutes, Hubble in 42 minutes, Moodin in 47 minutes, Narca in 53 minutes, and Mashka in 59 minutes. If you're in any of these areas, you need to seriously be paying attention to the storm. This is going to be coming right in between Mullen and Narca in the next 50 minutes or so. So please, guys, be careful. If you're new here to my channel and you'd like to get more updates of severe weather, please make sure that you consider subscribing to the channel, and helps to keep producing content for you guys, and going live and doing these severe weather outbreaks. So that's possible quasi-linear convective system tornado, QCLS tornado. It's really nasty, damaging wind right here across this whole bow. And they were mentioning that there could be. Okay, so most likely now there's still that notch that would be right here near Dashler, just to the south. I don't see it very as pronounced, so I'm guessing it was a quick little spin up. Uh, as it gets towards Chester, it's going to be some very damaging wind here to the south. This is just nasty, damaging wind going on right now. We'll take a look at the radar too, and see. This line is continuing to bow out. Still have that potential of that tornado coming towards Chester. Um, if you're in Chester, take a warning of this. This is a very dangerous storm. Some large hail embedded in some of this, up to 2-inch, ping pong ball size. If you really take a look here at this possible Mesoscale Convective System, MCS, this is what they're forecasted. I kind of saw this happening. This goes from Nebraska to Kansas, and it's going to continue to push uh, all the way down through Kansas. I can give you guys kind of a timeline of when some of this could hit you guys. We're going to go over to our forecast models, and we're going to go to our convective allowing HRRR model. This line is almost entirely becoming severe thunderstorm warned. So we'll take a look here at our modeling. This was the latest run. We'll go to the second to latest run here, which is going to predict this line forming. So they had it kind of more sporadic, but it does look like it's forming more of the derecho type setup. This is a very large storm pushing southward from Oklahoma to Kansas right now. We'll continue to monitor that as it continues to get stronger. We'll also take a look at our NAM3 model and see what they are forecasting. And this was a couple hours ago, so it'll have time to update and see if we can get some verification on this line here and kind of give you an idea of what this can do. So this is going to produce some damaging winds for Junction City, Manhattan, probably as it heads towards Topeka later this evening. This line could extend all the way into Des Moines, Iowa, and as far south as Dodge City. So we'll have to continue to monitor the storm. Just guys, please be safe. This could be potentially damaging wind, and we have another threat of severe weather again tomorrow that we can take a look at. I can give you guys an idea of what areas could be. We do have a new tornado warning for Nebraska. Okay, so that's going to be this one right here. Let's go back to our radar station here. And that rotation would be somewhere around here, but these are some very damaging winds, guys. This is not to be taken seriously, or not to be joked around with. This storm has got some incredibly high wind, 90 mile an hour at the mid levels, so probably 80, 75 to 80 mile an hour actually hitting the ground with this bow, and it's still continuing to push. These are inflow winds going away from the radar station. Now, where that radar station is, I'm not entirely sure. Okay, so that's the radar station right there. Wait, no, it's not. But like I said, this is some very serious wind damage going on right here. Anywhere from about Chester down towards Lebanon, Kansas, Dosher, Nebraska. Some very large hail also falling in and around north of Plymouth, Nebraska. More and more, this line is becoming severe thunderstorm warning. We'll take a look at how long this thunderstorm actually is. We'll get a distance measurement. And this storm is roughly about 240 miles long, which is pretty serious. And it actually continues over here. Take a look at this radar. So, I mean, you're looking at probably a close to derecho level storm here. Thank you guys for the 5 people who are still tuning into the stream. I do appreciate your support. We're still continuing to monitor conditions. They did lift that tornado warning. This is oh no, the tornado warning is still ongoing. We still have that launch, but it's not as pronounced. So we'll probably remove the warning here soon. Large area right now of damaging wind, especially right here. Coming into Belleville. Belleville, you have very short amount of time to react. Make sure your stuff is secured. If you have anything outside that's not secured, trampolines, stuff like that, make sure to go and secure those items because this is a very dangerous storm. I guarantee that this thing's probably going to knock out power to the communities from Chester, Nebraska, down towards Malenko and Belleville as it comes towards Concordia and Clyde, Washington. This thing's going to continue to bow out. It's super strong outflow wind. Dyer, Nebraska. So that rotation would be over Chester. Not seeing anything super out of the ordinary as far as rotation goes. We'll probably lift that tornado warning here soon. Still got that storm ongoing in Morton. Very dangerous storm still ongoing down in Texas County, Oklahoma. 80-mile-per-hour winds being associated with this storm, mostly probably here to the southeast. This was a tornado warning, which it's not anymore, but still showing some signs of rotation. It's just hard to see because it's so far away from the radar. But the National Weather Service has got a pretty solid idea. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of them Colorado, or most of them are going to be in Nebraska and Kansas. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for New Mexico. Let's take a look at that real quick here. Okay, Aspen, just a quick second. Which part, you said southwestern island? Okay, so this is in New Mexico right now. This very strong supercell, some baseball size hail possible in some of those areas. It's going to be tracking its way towards Logan. So just watch out on that one. Let's take a look at Nebraska real quick. Now we can get closer to Iowa. Kind of give you an idea for, said you're in southwestern Iowa. So this storm's going to push southbound, but I still see that this storm is going to continue to connect the line here in southwestern Iowa. Most likely you have some, I don't know if you're near this area, Shenandoah, Red Oak. It's going to be southwestern Iowa right here. So let's take a look here. Some of these severe thunderstorm winds. Some absolute monster hail going on right now. Aspen, thank you so much for coming by. Okay, so you're in that general area. So my guess is this is going to continue to connect these lines with these embedded supercells that are developing. Very, very strong storms. Most likely, if you're in this area, it's still forming, so it'll probably connect at some point. This will probably be pulled in to this storm here. Expect some heavy rain at times, lightning, thunder. If you're in these areas, there is a severe thunderstorm warning. Just take them seriously. 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Right now, this is still producing some pretty large hail that could cause a minor damage to vehicles. At one point, it did have 4-inch size diameter hail. Not really seeing that right now, but this is probably going to connect here. My guess is it's going to be more of a problem for Kansas City here in the future. Oh, I bet. Yeah, no, for sure. There was a lot of watches and warnings. There was tornado warnings earlier in Iowa. These storms are very, very nasty. They're saying that there's reports of 70-mile-per-hour winds near Belleville. As this line is going to be literally like this, and it's going to push southwest, or sorry, southeast. It's what we call a mesoscale convective complex or mesoscale convective system. These storms are very, very nasty. These are the type of thunderstorms systems that produce derechos. Living in Iowa, you've probably heard of the 2020 derecho that occurred there, caused a lot of damage to Cedar Rapids. Oh, I bet your weather radio was going absolutely wild. But this could be a multi-state severe thunderstorm. Now these are some more isolated. There is a tornado warning still ongoing for Colorado right now. It was absolutely wild. Let's take a look. Right now, Colorado is hard to gauge because it's so far away from the radar. But there is a pretty pronounced area of rotation right here in Colorado. That's going to be moving over towards north of Two Buttes and Buckeye Crossroads. 60-degree weather and 100-mile-plus-per-hour wind. Yeah, that was no joke watching that one on TV. Felt really, really bad for those individuals. That was a very, very nasty system. I think some areas saw like 110 mile an hour. But thank you for coming by there. Really do appreciate you dropping by, Aspen. Right now, this is in Kansas. This is going to be the worst of this line right now, going into Nebraska City, just south of Lincoln, Nebraska. This is going to push into Kansas this evening, where we've already had another area of damaging wind going on right now in Kansas. Let me pull up the radar here real quick. So this line right here is continuing to bow out. These winds are going straight down towards Clay Center. Most likely gonna just absolutely hit Clay Center as far as it can. Concordia, Steel City, Blue Rapids. This is probably gonna eventually form a line. I wouldn't be surprised. That would push towards Elk Creek, Hiawatha, down towards Leavenworth and Atchison, over into the Nebraska line, or sorry, into the Missouri line with Kansas. So this is another area that's developing in Kansas over Smith Center right now. So this is becoming a really dangerous event. If this continues, it could just have an entire bow. But right now, it's not showing it. But you will be able to see this distinct right here that I'm highlighting. This is actually a gust front ahead of the storm. That is actually kicking up a lot of dust and debris. If I go to my correlation coefficient, you'll actually see that dust and debris getting kicked up right here. Oh yeah, it's looking particularly pretty bad right now. If you guys are new here to the channel, haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing to the channel. Helps to keep putting out content for you guys. I'm going to be putting together the Fort Stockton storm. I'm also on Twitter at John the Storm Guy and on Facebook at the Storm Chasing Guy. Eventually, I'm going to be doing some live storm chases. I pretty much this year I'm going to be sticking to a 4-hour radius around San Antonio, Texas, where I live. So the storm is continuing to become more and more dangerous. So this is probably some 65 to 80 mile per hour winds along this line right here. My guess is this probably becomes an entire line right here. This will allow me to see all the radar stations. There's probably a little bit better of a view of where these storms are. Belleville has seen the worst of that storm. I don't see anything really forming in between this right now. So the main storm goes from near Nebraska City and it curves down towards Belleville and over towards Phillipsburg. This could be just one giant damaging wind event for central Kansas. Still got one tornado warning, and this is still the same one in Colorado that's just been ongoing. Let's take a look at the single site. This is baseball-sized hail in Colorado, as well as if that there is a tornado, probably be located right about there, just north and east of Two Butte. A lot of these warnings starting to drop off, but except for that line, there is that severe thunderstorm warning for New Mexico too. Little area of rotation right here on the south end of that supercell. We're taking a look still. This is now coming into Texas. This is the one of the first severe thunderstorm warnings for the state of Texas today. Take a look. This is the Amarillo station, so that's not that far. It's going to chug right along there for you. Some nickel and it's a quarter-size hail falling around that area. As that storm is starting to really pop off, and there's some very favorable air down here. Some of these supercells really starting to grow. Oh, your TVs are having issues? Sorry to hear that, man. Got some severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's go back up to Iowa for you here. These are the current severe thunderstorm warnings going on in Iowa. And pretty strong over towards Gravity, Bedford. These are some pretty strong storms. Still ongoing. Some minor areas of rotation going on here at the southern end of this. That is not under a severe thunderstorm warning right now towards Shamberg. Yeah, the storm is very, very potent. A lot of heavy rain. I wouldn't be surprised if they issue a flash flood warning for some of these storms, as some of these storms are packing some serious wind. Um, take a look here, reflectivity, and go into our velocity scans. Just some very, very, very strong winds. Um, sure, the National Weather Service and Iowa is looking at this right now. But right now, Newmarket, Hamburn, Valencia, Nordaway, Corning, Gravity, Bedford, all in risk of this supercell that's developing right here. This is a very strong storm. Now, this is probably a inflow jet going into the storm. Kind of got this backwards vorticity right here. This is a strong storm. There could be some rotation that develops on the southern end of this. Yeah, there's a flash flood up in Cass and Potawatomi. Let's take a look up at Cass and Potawatomi right now, see what their severe thunderstorm warnings. Right now, there's only a couple severe thunderstorm or flash flood warnings going on. Still that one tornado warning. These rain warnings right now, these are all in Canada. So I don't see a flash flood warning going on right now. But this is some very damaging wind right here. Going towards Bedford, Bradyville, crossing into the Missouri line there. Some very heavy to moderate rain falling. This is some very heavy rain. Very heavy rain up here towards Greenfield as it moves that way. Um, Moderate rain up in the Atlantic. Moderate to heavy rain in Shenandoah. Oh, really? Damn, that's crazy. About a foot of standing water in Omaha, Nebraska. It's crazy. All I gotta say is just be safe out there, guys. If you see flooded roadways and you don't think that you can drive across it, you probably can. Turn around, don't drown. If you see that that's an issue, um, if you see flooded roadways, also make sure to notify the police department that there's flooded roadways. Don't try to cross it and possibly cause injury or incident to yourself. Um, I've been in a couple of situations reporting storms where I've gotten almost trapped. So I mean, you can cause some serious issues. So this is being reported for 70-mile-per-hour winds with the storm coming into Concordia, Kansas. Very, very serious storm going on right now. As you can really start to see that bow echo as it exits Belleville. Belleville, you're probably seeing some very strong, damaging wind. This is also starting to bow out. We have a new tornado warning now. This is going to be for Washington, Kansas. Let's take a look at what they're saying. This is probably another quasi-linear convective vortex. Um, take a look at what's going on. My guess is if it is on this, there's an embedded supercell. This is going to be near Narca. That's where it would probably be. That's going to be moving its way towards Washington, Mooresville, and this is in the state of Kansas. Let's go to the report and see what they're saying. This has just been an ongoing tornado and severe weather outbreak today. Very intense situation going on, and I pray for everybody that's in the line of these storms. This is going to be for East Central Republic County in north central Kansas. as well as central Washington County and north central Kansas. If you're getting those tornado warnings, please seek shelter immediately. These storms can spin up very fast, do 80, 90, 100 mile an hour winds really, really quickly, and cause some serious damage. Let's take a look at the velocity and have a better idea of where this tornado could be. That way we can actually track it. My guess is if there is a tornado, and this is what I call a windbag event. Um, Basically, it's just a pocket of very intense wind. And some of these readings are going to be just absolutely insane. 70, 85, 90 mile an hour winds, just a couple thousand feet off the ground. So it's probably putting some 70 to 80 mile per hour winds on the ground. If there is a tornado, my guess it's probably going to be right here. It's going to be making its way towards Mooresville. If you're in Mooresville, Kansas, you need to seek shelter. Same with Washington. Just be safe, get into shelter or the most interior room of your house. And take a look at the correlation coefficient and see if there is any actual area of suspicion. And right now, I'm not really seeing that going on right now with debris signature, but still take this seriously. It is a tornado warning, and it's going to be a quasi-linear convective system tornado. So GCLS tornado. Some very, very intense winds. I'm continuing to monitor these conditions, guys. This this storm right here in particular is a very dangerous storm. You do have some inflow wrapping its way into the storm while you have this kink. That's exactly why they issued the tornado warning. So you can actually see this gust front ahead of the storm, probably kicking up some dust ahead of it. Uh, just be careful. This is some very intense rain and wind. Uh, Possibly a dangerous flooding situation ongoing there on the Kansas-Nebraska line. You don't want to be out in that storm if you can avoid it. Most of these small towns, people are already probably heading to bed. Um, but you can actually get development with these tornadoes here in areas like this as well. Wouldn't be surprised if this just keeps expanding. This is a very dangerous, dangerous storm, guys. But I do need to go to bed, so unfortunately I won't be able to keep up with this system. But there are other live streamers streaming this severe weather outbreak that's ongoing. Make sure to follow me and subscribe. I'm going to be trying to go live tomorrow for tomorrow's severe weather outbreak that could be happening. Let me pull up the information about tomorrow's setup. Looks like it's going to be a slight risk uh, for. Let me see here. Let me pull up the severe. So tomorrow the severe threat moves into Indianapolis, Indiana, Columbus, Ohio, um, Atlanta, Georgia, and Nashville, Tennessee. But it could affect areas. There's going to be a moderate or marginal risk for as far as Baltimore, Maryland to Oklahoma City to Virginia Beach to Washington, D.C. to Charlotte, North Carolina. So large area of possibly damaging wind and hail possible. Uh, Indianapolis, Indiana, and Columbia, Ohio. This is 30 million people that could be impacted by tomorrow's damaging wind threat. Let's take a look at the damaging hail threat tomorrow. 15% chance for Indianapolis, Indiana, Columbus, Ohio, Memphis, Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee, and Atlanta, Georgia. There's no tornado threat for tomorrow. And then day 3, the severe weather threat comes right back into Oklahoma and Kansas for areas like Tulsa, Wichita, um, Enid, Oklahoma, Salina, Kansas, and Manhattan, Kansas. So there's a multiple day severe weather threat, and it's going to actually persist for the next 4 or 5 days. Um, I'll keep you guys updated on what's going on and let you guys know. But if you're in these areas here in Kansas, coming into Clay Center, you really need to take this storm seriously. This is going to be moving relatively closer to Manhattan. This is going to be pushing its way towards Manhattan. These storms are very, very serious. Please treat them like you would a tornado warning. Stay indoors. These will blow down trees. These type of bow echoes that can form right along here. This is continuing to bow out here as well. This is probably going to get bowed out, and this whole line will end up probably creating maybe a minor derecho setup. Probably not, but they did forecast it, so yeah. So if you're in the Topeka area, just be mindful that this thing is coming your way. Much love and light, guys. Thank you so much for joining, and I hope you have a good rest of your night. I've been live for 6 hours, and it's time for me to hit the hay.